Oh my god. Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. There's already 30 of you that just exploded in. Crumpets. But uh hey there, Ivana and Lo-Fi and SL Adams and Lucas and Rocking and Yinky Yim and Block and Izzy and Yes for Real and the Shadow King and Kazaya and Alice and Wendy and Will and Pinky Rose and Jaden and Alex Gaming and Corby Knight. Welcome back. And Earth. That's a fun name. And the clock's ticking. And K Tastorf. Tastroff? And the Turtle Boy and Mr. Hippo. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna wait a little longer before we actually get into the get into work. But oh wait, the get out of here is still out here. No, we don't need that anymore. No, come on. Instead, come on in. Yeah, right there. Come on in. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. I am doing rather well. I have to apologize because I didn't stream last week due to some very non-serious just life events that arose. I thought I'd be able to, but I couldn't squeeze it in, so my bad. But we're back today. We did a whole bunch of stuff over the course of the weeks. It's gonna be a pretty good time. It's gonna be pretty. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. Thank you for the appreciation and the excitement for the videos and coming to the streams. I appreciate you guys. How are you doing? How is everybody? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. It's I'm hoping that for most of you the most important tasks of the day are over, such as school and work. So I hope you guys are relaxing and can end your day by watching somebody else do work. Now that's a fun way to spend the evening. Broke a ticket. You brought a ticket game in the arcade? Jeez. Vandalism. But I hope you got all the tickets though. And got more than a box of Mike and Ike's. Or I don't know, a handful of lollipops. What my MBTI is? Oh right. I said that last week. I didn't read the test, I'm sorry. I'll do it some other time. Bed too comfy. Bed is comfy. It is Friday. You didn't have school today? Nice. Real nice. Great. Last few days of the holidays. Well, hopefully they're the most fun. Firu's in town. Hey, how's it going? I assume you probably can't stay for the whole thing, and that's okay, but welcome back. What am I doing after I'm done the movie? I'm gonna be making some educational content. I'm I'm gonna do all the tutorials that I loosely promised I'd do throughout making the series, even though I'm pretty sure most of the information is no longer relevant or desired to hear anymore. But I still want to do it. So subscribe to Densle too. This is where all the cool, delicious, gooey tutorial content's gonna go. Stay for a small time, and that's a-okay. In fact, I'll even start very soon. Hey there, Mango-chan. I'm doing pretty great. I woke up, had some food, and now I'm gonna get to some work. You love GUI tutorials, alright. We love GUI tutorials. Talk about another Animal Crossing video? Yay! I think you'll enjoy the movie. Will it be using your older methods using Blender or towards Unreal? It'll be both. I'll be teaching what I wanted to teach in Unreal or in Blender and showing the equivalent of how to do things in Blender in Unreal. At least some stuff and some other fun quirks I've been learning. I don't really know how useful most of the knowledge would be, because you know, we're kind of what's the word I'm looking for? We're kind of paralyzed with the worry that like I'll say some stuff and like some people will come out and be like, actually, you can do this way in Unreal, and the way you've been doing it for the last year and a half is way wrong. And I'll go, no one told me how to do it otherwise. But that's fine. That's just the life of being a tutorial guy. Meow. Wait, sorry, I gotta go back to here. But can you not animate in Unreal? You can, but it's not intuitive in the slightest. In fact, it's way easier to just animate in Maya or Blender or anywhere else, and then deal with the strife of getting it into Unreal rather than animating directly in the engine. In my experience, you know, if you do it and you might do it and it works for you, then do it, cause it's cool. It's a good time. It's, you know, works. Okay, I'm gonna read a little bit more chat and then I'll get into what we're doing today. Always when you're studying, is that? I hope that's a good thing. I hope that's a good thing. The James Canderson. I remember you. I think. So using your animations, I will. I'll throw up a ton of disclaimers every step of the way. In between every click, I'll say things like, "Is this just how I do it? Is this just what I learned? This is what works for me?" You know, all that fun nonsense. You think bleep a lot? That's fun. Hype for the movie? Me too. It's gonna be exactly what you think it's gonna be, but cool as well. It's your nationality. I'm Canadian. I'm here in Canada land. States hat. Unreal isn't so great for that, and you'd be right, but it's amazing for a lot of things. So it not being an animation tool is not that big of a deal. I'm gonna move this over here at the center screen, and at the finish reading some of your reports so I could do the thing. Oh, take care, Alex. Thank you so much for coming out and hanging out. What's a Raandering? It's Raandering. We're doing some rendering. Oh my god, we're rendering today, guy. Okay, actually, I don't really know. Last night I was working on this other dream sequence to put Isabel inside of the Isabel dream looking thing, and it looks pretty neat, but it needs more editing. So you know, don't worry about that. Today we're gonna be working on this scene where it's right after town meeting, and she just tells everybody that we're all hecked. They all need to leave and go home. So Isabel and Nook have a conversation. I gotta do all the animation for this, or do more animation for this. So, and hopefully I don't have to do any new animation. But if we do, then we'll work it. We'll make some stuff. Do I know how to moo? Sorry, I'm incapable of mooing. Okay. What do you have apps outside of the software for organizing apps you paid for? Wait, what? Oh, because sometimes when you install apps, well, not really sometimes, every time you install an app, they just make an icon on your desktop, and I've yet to put it in a thing. But also when you update programs, it'll update the icon and then put it back outside, and I don't put it back in immediately. Okay. Fellow Canadians rise up. Okay. I should change your animation channel. Nice. I wish you best of luck with that. Animation's so fun. Takes a while, but it's fun. Okay. Wait, when Nook said his computer's a meme now? You're talking about this scene? Oh, I've never seen it, but that sounds amazing. How do you convert blend files into Unreal though? Either through FBX or ABC exporting, or that's actually it. That's the only way to get content out of Blender into Unreal. It doesn't accept OBJs or DAEs, I don't think. But I'll stick around. You'll be seeing more of that as we go. Time is in Canada right now. It's almost 6:30, so we'll be working for maybe 6 hours. And then I'm gonna let everybody go. If you color a rubber duck, which color would you be? Maybe orange. Yeah, I'll go for that. Is Canada real? I think it is sometimes. Some days of the week it disappears and no one really asks questions or why, and sometimes it comes back, but you know, it's a place. Okay. After the stream, will you post the mini movie? It's not a mini movie. The movie is actually it's currently an hour and 15 minutes long. But it's exactly what you think it is. It's just a big old compilation. So it's not mini, but it's pretty lengthy. Okay. What do I do for a living? This, YouTube. I make you guys videos. How do you animate with Blender? I'll show you in a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna ignore the rest of your chat for a hot minute so I can do what we're doing today. Introduction. As I wipe my notes. Hey everybody, welcome to today's live stream. I know I said that a couple times already, and we're already 15 minutes into the stream, but welcome. Today's day is going to be all about trying to get some scenes finished, and by scenes I mean specifically this one, where Tom Nookington and Isabine have a little conversation about life, love, living, tragedies, and so on and so forth. We'll be working in Unreal Engine, and hopefully just that, because I don't really want to animate new things for the characters, but we might have to, at least specifically for Isabel. And then we're going to be lighting it, or at least tuning up the lighting a little bit so that it looks nicer, it looks more night, and then rendering it and putting it into our editor and seeing how it looks. And then if that all goes well, which I imagine it might take at least a little bit, we might be able to tackle this scene. And do a bunch of stuff, like put some graphics on the phone and fix the lighting so that Isabel's head actually casts a shadow and, you know, all the fun stuff. It's not really fun, but like I say fun because it's like, you know, it's to get you guys interested, to get you guys going, to get the blood flowing. But in reality, it's just work, and work is not very fun. But that's beside the point. So that's what we'll be doing today. We're gonna be working on this sequence. And now that I've done that, the most entertaining part of the stream is now finished. The first 10 minutes when we all come in and we're all like, yeah, is it. Now it's on to the real part where we have to actually open the programs and actually do the do. So you're free to either leave or I don't know, start making some cereal or something and come back when, you know, in like an hour, and then everything's gonna be all well and dandy. I'm also gonna shuffle the music now. Okay, wait a minute, is this? Ooh, okay. Sorry, I like that song, so I want it to come naturally. Okay, so right now we're opening up the beautiful program, the amazing application, Unreal Engine. For those that are unfamiliar with this, Unreal Engine is a game engine. It's a real-time rendering and graphics, interactive media generating software. It's used to make countless video games, such as, you know, I'm just going to bring up a list. Games made using Unreal Wagon. Top 20 games? Oh, give me that list. It was used in making such titles as We Happy Few or Life is Strange, the remastered collection, or why is these aren't popular games? These are just games. Star Trek Resurgence. Thank you. The Callisto Project, Hogwarts Legacy, Fortnite. Everyone loves Fortnite. All the Batman games, all the other games, a metric ton of games, like a large percentage of games, and we're using it to make non-linear content. Basically, just a fun way of saying animation. Yeah, this is a project for the movie, where we do all of the stuff. We have all the sequences, and we have all these sets. We have all these characters here. Like, come on, give me the goods. We got 5 different types of Isabels. Each one a little more unique than the other. Like the one with a glowing hairband and the one that just... Those are the same. The one with a t-shirt, one with glowing eyeballs. You know, all of them. We also got man, I don't really know. There's stuff to do. We also have Kevin. He's in here. Look at him. It's Kevin. We need him for the intro, and I haven't done the intro like at all yet. I've been working on the song, and it's been coming along okay, but not the greatest. Anywho. Hold on. Unraisin Engine is wonderful. It really makes you feel like an Unreal, you know. If I don't say cats, I would have said cat eventually. There's like 2 of them in this project. But we're gonna be working on where is it? It's the town hall. The town hall set exterior. the exterior. And here we are. Look at this beautiful map. It really, it looks like this. There's nothing here because the map is off, or the town hall is off. I need the night, which should have night lighting, nighting. And I'm also gonna remove the foliage for a hot minute because it's kind of heavy. But yeah, here we have the set. We even have a flag that can. Oh no, we even have a flag that can flap in the wind. Pretty cool. Pretty neato. Pretty neato cheeto. Alright, everybody, so today we're going to be working on some animation. We got this sequence where Isabelle and Tom Nook talk, and I actually forget what number the sequence is. I think it's out talk? Yeah. If we open up the sequence, here we have our sweet gal and man. There's also a shot where Lolly kind of like walks away. I'm probably going to remove it because I don't actually want to animate them looking at her, but he mingles, she mingles, and that's it. So we got a string together animation so that Isabelle is talking pretty okay. Nook, he looks all right enough. But Isabelle, I'm kind of worried about because most of the animation that we're going to be reusing is from the previous episode because it's already working inside of Unreal here, but a lot of it doesn't really work for this conversation because she needs to be doing kind of specific actions. So we're gonna see what we can do here. We might have to do some custom animations, which is fine, but I'd hope to not have to do that because that's time consuming. I should learn to play some piano. That'd be fun. Make this animations on Unreal. Technically, I don't animate them in Unreal, but we build the shots in Unreal. So in here is like I'll animate inside of Blender and then I'll export that animation, bring that into here, apply it to the characters so that they're doing their thing. But in here is where I do all the camera work and all the rendering and effects and a little bit of editing and stuff. But yeah, it's a good time. It's a great time. What's your PC specs? We got a 3090, a Ryzen 5950X, 64 gigs of RAM, and a bunch of hard drives. It's pretty much the most important specs. You have a motherboard that it's all on, and it's in a case that's made out of glass that I kind of hate, but also really like. Yeah, it's a good time. Can you put something like a moving in the video? Will their mouths move? Yeah, they will. Actually, okay, we could actually start with some Nook face animation. So, to do animation or to do face stuff in this program, I had to set up a whole system of nonsense with their face shaders. If we go into Nook's geometry and come down to his geometry, element 5 is his eyes. So if I go into the sequencer and add his geometry, and then add element 5 for his eyes, and then add the slider for his eyes, and then make sure that this is on constants, that it automatically makes constant keyframes, or hold keyframes. Now we have a slider that I can slide to animate his eyes, and we can just animate his eyes doing eye things, like he's looking, he's looking, he says, have a good night, Lolly, and he takes another blink, and come on, he takes a blink, and he does a blink, and he's like, blink, and then we take another blink, and then he does like a he looks down. He goes like, "Ugh, that's exhaust. I'm exhausted." And then he looks, I guess, up maybe. What's the number for that? 14? No, 14's down. 10? It's not 10. 12? 12. And then he's like, ugh, what a day. And he probably like blinks again, so do like another blink where he blinks and then he opens his eyes again. Bloop. And then we'll add, sneak in one more blink, and then now he's got a face. Now his face is moving. That's pretty grooving. Same thing with Isabel. It's literally the exact same process with Isabel and every character, and either with their eyes or their mouth. We gotta go in, we gotta add the geometry, we gotta add the thing for it, which I think Isabel's 2 and 3. I was gonna make it like the same for every character, but I always forgot to do that because that involves Blender. But and then we animate the faces. That's a pretty good time. Document the house like in Animal Crossing. I like the game because you know they can yeah. Yeah. Can you say ree? Why do you guys want me to say ree? Sorry, in saying that, it reminds me of this Scooby-Doo meme that I saw where Shaggy's like Scoob. I think these Scooby snacks were a little bit too much. And then the camera zooms into Scooby's face, and he's just like, anywho, no, you're not getting it. Go to bed. How do you find the right audio for when they speak? I make it. Ooh. Hold on. Let me get my piano. When it comes to animalish and animalese, give me contact 1. When it comes to animalese, we just generate it with this program, or with this program, and in it you just have it set up so that it just does the things. I just record that and then cut that up inside of my editor and make it sound like they're speaking. That's how we do their voices. That's a pretty good time. Okay, what do we need to do? We're animating Isabel's eyeballs. I guess this is right after a scene where she is not giving good news, so she's kind of in a low mood state, I guess. What's this program called? The voice one. It's not one I'd recommend to pick up to do voices. It's called Contact, spelt Contact by Native Instruments. It's an instrument sampler, and it's used to play instruments, like for example, what's a cool one? Piano. Ugh, garbage. Give me the horns. It's used to play instrument libraries, like, and such for music making. I use it in my DAW of choice, which is Cubase Pro, and yeah, it's not cheap. It costs a pretty penny, and but I use it for music production, and it just so happens to also be a sampler that I could use to make Animal Crossing diddlies, which I thought was pretty neato. Oh no, it needs to be up here. Yeah. So yeah, it's a pretty cool time. Um, being a music guy, man, person, sometimes. Um, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm caught up with everybody. Where did you learn to make music? Pretty much just by myself. I would do music. Well, I got into music to make music for my videos, and didn't use them for my videos for like a couple of years, and just kind of was just doing it to practice. And then before I did animation on the channel, well, before I did Animal Crossing animation on the channel, we were just a music channel, and that was all just to be practice so that I could get better at making music. Um, but then I got kind of comfortable just doing covers and remixes and stuff, and I'm like, I'm just gonna lay here. That's gonna be cool. And then we did Animal Crossing stuff, and then now we're doing music for Animal Crossing videos. But it's mostly just self-taught, just over the years. I didn't actually go to school or learn anything. I don't really know music theory that well. I just do everything by ear because I'm a fraud. I don't plan on releasing my Animalese gibberish clips. I might, but I don't know. Like, they're not really like crazy. Like, the process to make them isn't the most difficult. It's just a bit time consuming. But I'll see. Yeah. I think alternative LMMS. What is that? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with LMS. Had experience with music composition, but there's someone who says it's pretty similar. Music composition's not the worst. It's just layering and making music. That's not proper advice. Do I know color theory? I wish. I like to self believe that I do, but I would never claim that I do, because colors are wild. Okay, I am gonna continue playing this dramatic music. Okay, maybe not. What's this song? Okay, what's this song? Okay, what's this song? All right. we're just gonna do a little bit of this. Oh, we don't need that or that. Ooh. Is there any benefit in rendering us in Unreal instead of Blender? It really depends on personal preference, because you in theory can get the same quality results in either program. It's just both programs have different workflows to get to different types of outputs. I really like rendering outside of Unreal or inside of Unreal because it's really fast, and I can get it to look roughly the same as a cycles render in Blender, and it renders in a fraction of the time. And Unreal also it has a lot of interesting tools that let me create and do a lot more artistic things. I wouldn't say easier, but more efficiently than in Blender. Um, but it's they both have their pros and cons. Unreal is just really fast. Blender has a lot of great. Blender's fast to work in, but not fast to render out of unless you're using Eevee. But Unreal is really slow to work in, but really fast to render out of. So, you know, there's a bit of a give and take of pros and cons or what have you. I think you can say Ricky and Scooby's voice? No. I did it once in my life, and it sounded pretty okay, but ever since that, Scooby is... it's elusive. We're making more AC animations. We're making a movie, but the movie has some new scenes in it. About 5 to 7 minutes of new animation. So we're just going through the reins of doing it. I'm just doing it. Was you trying to make warrior cats? Nah. I'm not really familiar with warrior cats, and I don't think I'd do it justice. Behind the scenes? You're getting the whole behind the scenes. It's behind how everything is made. How long is the full thing going to be? Right now, it's 1 hour and 15 minutes long. But most of it is just what you've already seen before, like all the previous shorts put together, and like this scene is only where am I going? This sequence is only 25 seconds long. Yeah, and it's just these two talking as they converse about life. So like, not really too crazy. Would I try FNAF? Fanf then? Same thing with FNAF. There's already so much like good FNAF animation content out there that I'm competing with that out of the gate, and that's tough. But I might make reference to it or something later on. We'll see. Never get contacted by Nintendo? No. I don't think they know I exist. Okay. So, oh yeah, we're animating her face. So she's doing a thing. We're gonna have her blink too. Give me a blink, and then give me another open eyes. Actually, it looks like they blink almost at the same time, which I don't want. We'll stagger those a little bit. And then she also exhales too. So we'll have her close her eyes and do a no, give me a and give me a ooh. No, give me a ooh. She goes, hey. She goes, hey. See, and like my problem with reusing animations that I've used is like sometimes they just don't do exactly what I hope they would do. Like she's supposed to be exhaling, but like her body doesn't or her head doesn't go down in any way. It looks like because the animation for it was animated to have her like leaning forward to like look straight and talk forward as if she's putting more face into whatever she's saying, rather than like, you know, saying and bring her head down. So I'm like, well, do I animate it again, or do I leave it, or try to edit the animation in here and then try to edit the animation in here? This animation is like 1,000,000 frames long. It's 832 frames. So I'd have to like edit 832 frames of animation somewhere in here. Like, where is it? She goes, yeah, right here. She goes, Yeah, I'd have to like take her head control and where is it? Spine 5, go, and then like edit that, and that's pain. So I'm like, I could just leave it. But do you have a favorite book series? Or movie series? I don't really read much books to be honest. But movies. Dun 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 dun. Maybe Inception. It's pretty high up there. Oh my god, I have tons of movies that I love, but I can't remember any of them. Um, I recently watched a movie called Reminiscence, and it's kind of garbage, but the premise is so fun. It's like Inception, but for memory. That was a good time, and like Everything Everywhere All at Once is a great time. Uh, uh, I can't remember any of the movies though. Yeah, there's stuff out there. Ask me like an hour, and I'll pull up my list of recently watched movies and give you some hot reviews. What's your favorite part going to be? I don't think I can show it to you guys yet because it's a surprise. It's a surprise. It's a surprise. So she's gonna do a heh, and then bring her mouth to a close again with 6. So we're here. Yeah, I think I might just have to reanimate. I think it's Nook saying that was a lot. So we'll have her look over to her left. No, to her right. Sorry, I mean 10? Yeah. And then she's gonna do another blink by doing a blink. And then, does she speak again? She does. Right here, she says it was. So we have to have her mouth go that. Oh wait, no, give me 5. Wait. Give me this here. This here. She goes, blep. And then give me, where is it, 3? Take these 3, and then we'll copy and paste them. Blep, blep. Blep, blep. I might want to slow this down a little bit. So we're going to take this animation, take these keyframes. We're going to get the scale key tool thing, and we're going to use the first key. We're just going to zoom in. We're going to zoom in, and we're just going to take this handle and just go. So now she goes blep, blep, blep. And that looks good enough for me. Actually, maybe give me one more blink. Actually, maybe have Nook look to his left. See, they're just a little too dead, and but I also don't want to animate them again. No, we'll leave it for that shot. And then here, Isabel is gonna need to Isabel talks. She says, "Oh, well, what do we do?" And then Nook says, "I don't know. Something amazing, I guess." We're gonna go and find where this animation is. And then we're going to steal it onto Isabine. And then she goes, what do we do? Wait. She goes, what do we do? And maybe turn her a little bit. She goes, what do we do? And then he goes, I don't know. I don't know, Isabel. And then Nook and Isabel are both need to be blinking, and Nook's technically supposed to be moving his nose, like whenever he speaks his nose jiggles, and I didn't animate that in this animation sequence. So don't hate me, guys. No, I think we'll have him look down. Right here. It's gonna be like... And then over here, he's gonna look to his side. He's gonna say something. He's gonna say a cool hot line like, hasta luego. And then Isabel also has to be giving him a very serious face look. Give me this one too. And this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and then take these guys and hit 5. And then open them up, and then have her do a this, and then do a this. Okay, maybe not that. And she says, ooh, can we steal animation from anywhere? Hold on. I think I can steal some mouth talking animation from maybe the complaints. There's a shower. Isabel looks at Lolly and she's like, ooh, sorry, I gotta take this, and picks up the phone. We're gonna take all this talking animation or this mouth keyframes that we've done, and we're gonna go back to the out talk sequence, and we're gonna open it up, and we're gonna go to here, and we're just gonna paste it. We're just gonna paste it like right here. Isabel. Oh, wait a minute. It's a smile talk. Oh, sorry guys. We're actually gonna have to steal some frown talk from somewhere else. Cause she's talking and her mouth is opening up, smile kind of talk. We need a sad talk. Oh wow, thank you, Drumright. What software do you use? This is Unreal Engine. Everyone's favorite video game engine, used to make all the hit games such as... Okay, give me a better list. Such as Stray and Ark and Atomic Heart. Oh, that's neat. Or Tokyo Ghostwire and Arkham, all the Arkham games, and Hogwarts Legacy and Instinction. A game about dinosaurs? When did this come out? Hey, it's a cool time. Is this your only job? It is. It is. Making the funny animation ha-has for you guys. That's what keeps me alive. Was Ninjala made in Unity or Unreal? I don't know. Maybe both? No, you can't make a game with both. Can you just translate the smile talk keyframes up along the Y? I mean, in theory, but that's pain. because Unreal's graph editor isn't as intuitive as Blender's, so grabbing keys and moving them around it's doable, but it's often easier to just copy paste from somewhere else. Have you seen your work on the server? I think I probably have. Here it comes, basically donations, patrons, well, and YouTube, and music. So we're getting by. But also support the channel. Join the Patreon to help make the things. Get some cool behind the scenes. Get some cool behind the scenes content and everything else. Oh, we can take that one. Give me this. And then she goes, and then she does like this, and then she also does this. Actually, probably started this earlier. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Oh yeah, also thank you, Drum Kit. Drum Rights, sorry. I really appreciate that. Best Harry Potter character? Maybe that's that slug or whatever that Ron vomits up in the first movie, I think. It's pretty goated. I think I did see Lolly's Masterpiece. Thank you for sharing. When do you think the movie will come out? I don't really know. I thought it was going to come out last month. I thought it was going to come out this month. But it'll come out when it's done, I guess. Don't worry, we'll live stream every Friday until it's out. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? It could be this one as a maybe this one as an ooh. As a ooh. And then wow. And then Nook turns around and goes, I don't know. And then we need Isabel to stand there and oh, actually, where is that animation again? Give me this, give me this, give me this, give me the location for it, please. Thank you. And then come back into here, click on Isabel, and then put the animation on her. And then now she's talking, moving. We need her to not talk, move. We just need her to live. Perfect. And then Nook is gonna, since we are staring directly at him, he needs to animate his eyes, or have his eyes animated. So I'll do this, do this, do this, and then he goes. He just pretty much just blinks. He just is just a blinking boy. He just goes bloop. Maybe actually a little longer. Bloop. And then he goes bloop. And get some blinks over here. Maybe take these two guys, put them over here, and then like maybe he gets one last blinking before the shot ends. Actually, give me a blink here. Maybe hold on to nah, never mind. He says, why don't you take some time off? You know, for your mental health. She goes, okay, yeah, bet. Bam. Are you gonna stream after the movie comes out? Chinese streams are my favorite forms of human interaction. Yeah, I'm a streaming guy. I'm a stream guy. Well, there'll still be streams. Do you have any pets? So, what's their names? I currently don't have any pets. I'm a pet-free man. How do you make your logo, and how did you get the idea? I'd love to get more professional logos, but I can't think of any of them. My logo is very uninspiring, in my opinion. It's just the letter D cut up into 4 slits in a circle. I had a bunch of other previous logos. Actually, hold on. Where's we got Densle brand logos. We have all of these, which is like my logo my logoing folder where I put all my logos that I make. And they're all pretty much just the same thing. I think these two are the coolest. Look at the sky. Look at the sky. Wow. I don't know. You just gotta well, actually look at other logos that you enjoy or that you think look aesthetically pleasing to you. Like I was inspired a lot by Google's logo, PlayStation, I guess, but the OG PlayStation 2 logo with the cool colors and stuff. I liked the idea of I also like the idea of like trying to see how many variations of a certain concept or idea you can kind of like muck up. Like I was like, oh, I want to do like one with like it being cut up into 4 slices. So I just drew a bunch of like mock-up versions of different ways to cut up a D into slices. And then this one was the nicest, and then I tried to make it, and then it came out looking pretty okay, and then I'm like, sweet, we got our logo. But I'm also not the best example of it because my logo is literally just the letter D. So yeah, don't be afraid to get wild. Oh no, what went down the wrong tube? Why did I cut up the letter D? Because I couldn't find a good enough like font or like type of D shape that I like wanted for the logo. Because everything else is just the letter D, so I'm like, oh, I want to do something cool with it, and maybe I wanted to do some fun animations with it later in the future. And you can't really do that if it's just the letter D, so make it a shape rather than a letter, and then you can free yourself up to do whatever you want with it. Yeah, that was the inspiration for that. I don't have my earlier ones on me at the moment. But like this aesthetic went through so many different changes. Yeah, I don't have any of the other ones on me at the moment, but I think I went through like 4 or 5 different like identity changes over the years. The last one before this one was like, it was DMS for back when I was doing MapleStory stuff. And it was just the letters D, M, and S, but like I put it behind or in front of like a whole field of orange trees, and I'm like, that looks pretty cool. Before that, it was just the letter D, but like made out of metal or like a brushed aluminum kind of look. And that looked very dated. Before that, it was like this cursive D. It was like blue with like gradient on it. Looked so ugly, but I thought it was so cool back when I first did it. And then before that was something else, I think. So yeah. Also, don't be afraid. Don't feel like you're also locked into your logos. Like they're unless you're Coca-Cola, you're free to change them however much you like. What about your name, Densle? The history of that was it's a blatant ripoff of Denzel Washington. I needed a quick name back when I was making a RuneScape account, and that name sounded cool. So I used it and made a Densle, and then several years passed, and we're still using it today. I wasn't actually intending for it to be the name of this channel because the history of it is not very original. Like I was gonna make a new channel and do all this animation stuff under a different name, but then this one started popping off, so I'm like, well, fudge. Now I gotta commit to it. So now we embrace it. What do you use for logo and stream overlays? I'm guessing Adobe Illustrator or After Effects. I use Affinity Designer. Actually, I can open up that thing again and just show you logos. Affinity, where is it? Give me this one. We just use Affinity Designer. It's basically an alternative to Adobe Illustrator. It's the same type of program. It's just a vector graphics designing program. And in here is where we do all of our logo stuff, all of our animation, all of our 2D graphic design work, and also photo editing for the most part, because usually most of the photo editing I have to do is just like really basic cropping and cutting and stuff. So I'll do it in here. Is it free? Unfortunately not. It's $60, I think. But there's free alternatives out there, like Inkscape, I think, is a pretty good one. Let's see what I actually know of. But yeah, this is logos. Here we have the one for Densle 2. Everyone, go subscribe to Densle 2. It's the coolest place on the planet. We got tutorials on there and stuff. Actually, you guys will probably get a kick out of this. The last week I was making the new poster for the Great Pietro, so we brought in some reference, and then we just made a new Great Pietro poster for the Great Pietro thing, as well as letters, but you'll read those later. So yeah, I use Affinity Designer to do all my 2D stuff. Easier than AI, Adobe Illustrator. It's kind of the same. Like everything you learn in if you learn anything in Illustrator, then it applies the same way in Designer, and vice versa. Obviously, both have slightly different tools and slightly more capabilities in either or, but they're both fundamentally the same program. Okay. What's your favorite Animal Crossing game? New Leaf. It's has the most content. It's the most densely packed Animal Crossing in all the Animal Crossings. It's just unfortunate that it's on the 3DS, and not on the Switch. Yeah. So waiting for the reset 2 director's commentary. That's kind of coming. Don't worry. But yeah, I'm also not great at doing logos. Well, at least I don't think I'm great at doing logos. I kind of just made this one, and then I'm like, or made the current one we have, and I'm like, sweet, I'm gonna milk this for as long as possible. I'm gonna keep it black and white so that I only have to worry about 2 colors, and then put it everywhere, and then see how many different ways I can like redesign it by keeping the same stencil. So yeah, that's why that last t-shirt sweater that I designed that I did was so neat, because it was the logo but with Animal Crossing stuff. Anywho, work. Will the movie be another episode or a summary of the EC show? Kind of a summary. Should make the director's commentary or not? Not yet. It's gonna be, well, I did a live stream commentary for part 2, which is somewhere in the archive. Link in the description. But I was gonna make a more comprehensive video, commentary video about it later on. So stay tuned for that. Okay. So they're vibing, and then talks the thing, and then she stands, and then we're gonna put Isabel here again, and then she's gonna stand some more. Don't speak. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna take this. We're just gonna do this. And then we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. Oh, that looks terrible. It looks terrible. I think we'll just reanimate something for this one. I think I can manage. She goes, okay. Wait a minute. Does Isabel say something here? She's, are you sure? Which means that we actually need her to do a very... I need her to do one of these. She does like, are you sure? Kind of like head tilt. Are you sure? And then Nook says, yeah, I think I can manage. And she goes, okay. Don't overwork yourself, Nook. And he goes, don't worry about me. Oh, don't worry. Question bombarding is a-okay here. Yeah, final exams. Good luck. I wish you the best on those exams, and you pass them with flying colors. And you come back and go, wow, I now am teaching at this school. And you good luck. City Folk. City Folk was I never really played much of City Folk, but I do own it. Stay up a lot more for next Friday. Hot diggity. Do you enjoy making these movies? To a degree. It is a lot of work and can be quite stressful at times, but the payoff at the end when you finish a video and everybody goes, wow, cool, or just seeing your seeing the final product shine and do all of its thing is really, really neat. What's offered because we're currently using Unreal Engine, the hit game engine used to make sick games such as it's used to make a lot. I'm currently looking at a list that is of a whole bunch of recent games, but I recognize almost none of them. Stray and the Arkham series and Hogwarts Legacy and GC Suicide Squad and System Shock. Is that a remaster? And the Callisto Project and yeah, games. Fortnite. But yeah, it's a game engine, and we're using it to make animations. Oh, he needs to blink. He needs to do this. Yeah. I think I can manage. Blink. Get a blink. She wants you to make a dress for her. Can you make dresses? I think that'd be a really cool thing to do for your sister if she wants you to make a dress and you can make dresses. Okay. I think we'll animate some custom Isabel animations. Tablet, get over here. I gotta put on my tablet using glove. All right, guys, big question: fat or skinny pen? I have two like styluses or they're like tablet pens. and I need to know which one should I use to animate this. I also need to do. Where is it? Yep. Give me this. Okay, we got 3 for skinnies. We got 2 for bats. Oh wait, no, we have 4 for skinnies. Alright, skinny it is. So we're gonna open up our other fun program, our wonderful, wonderful application, Blender. Leave it to your character besides dynamic bones and controls. Nothing else. Sometimes I don't even add dynamic bones. Most of the time I don't add dynamic bones. Because I know that some parts of the character are going to be handled differently in Unreal. So, like, for example, this scene needs a Isabelle. And the Isabelle, I can just link in. And here we have Isabelle being an Isabelle. She doesn't need this or her rain jacket or her t-shirt. And despite me having controls for her hair up here as well as her ears, oh my god, I have to end this off prematurely because it has a dialogue at the end of it. But despite me adding controls and stuff for her ears and her tails and her hair, they're procedurally animated over here in Unreal, so I don't have to worry about animating that. Ah!
Hey, who did all of this? That's pretty good.
You did. You told me to.
Wow. Thank you, Preppa the Rapper. So yeah, other than that, nothing really too crazy. It's just a regular character animation. Or character rig. Where am I going? Blender. I need to move my keyboard, my mouse, my tablet over here, and then open my window. Okay, so if from the model rip, it could conceivably still work well with your model rigs. I don't think that is a functional way of thinking of character rigs, because the models actually. The models that come from the game files, they do have a rig in them. There is an armature in them, and you can import them in a way so that they can be reused, kind of the same way. But then you're kind of limited to having to work with them without any actual controls on them. Because like rigging a character in an animation program like Blender, it gives you the fun benefit of, you know, rigging a character and giving them actual controls to work with them in certain ways. Why can't I move your hands? Why is it snapping on? And just kind of working on the direct bone level is totally a reasonable way of animating, but is Whoa, there was some massive thunder outside. Guys, it's time for a rainstorm. What was I saying? You can totally animate a character with just with the imported bones that come with the model, or come with the model. But you'll be in for a bit of a time, because you may find it difficult or frustrating to animate some various types of actions. which is why I re-rigged them, because I know how to use Rigify, and Rigify is really easy, and it gives me tons of control for the character. I can go into scripting and run her script, and now I got all these toggles and things and rig controls and stuff. I can grab her foot and do a bunch of foot dancing things. You can do all this fun nonsense. She's got shoulder controls. Wow. It's just easier to animate with or work with rather than trying to make the imported ones work. All right, so in this particular scene, Isabel, actually I'm going to move this over here. Isabel needs to be looking at Tom, and then over here she has to nod, and then that's it. The scene is only 150 frames, so we can change that over here in Blender. We also need to bring in a Tom Nook just for the sake of look direction. Tommy. Tap, 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 da, da. I gotta clean all this nonsense out. Look at all this nonsense. It's just extra guff in the file. That doesn't matter. We link him in, and then we put him where we want him, which is somewhere here, which means Isabel has to... I don't really want to, like, turn her. Okay, this is a little, like... I don't want to say pet peeve, because it's not really a peeve. It's just kind of a circumstance that you must endure when working in animation. But she's going to be turned this way, which is correct for the scene layout, but makes it rougher to use things like symmetry and stuff inside of Blender, because then I can't use the orthographic views super duper usefully, because now instead of her turning forward, she's turning at a different angle. So I'll usually animate characters either looking straight forward and then turn them in Unreal, because it makes animating them inside of here way easier. But that means I have to guess. Oh no, thunder. Do it. There it is. I don't know if you guys can hear it. I'm assuming not, because it's... Okay, jeez. Chill, Sky. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but yeah, there's a storm brewing. Okay. So we have Nook standing somewhere here. He's gonna be like somewhere here. And then Isabel has to be standing forward. Oops. You gotta be doing a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. Maybe bring her hands, do a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. So she's gonna be looking at Nook. We're gonna turn her body just a smidge, just a smidge. And then that's pretty much it. We're gonna grab her torso, or the pelvis, and her hands, and her chest, and her head controls, and we're just gonna add a location and rotation keyframe. Because if we don't, Unreal is going to reset everything and put her in T-pose for any part of the body that doesn't get a keyframe, but still needs to be moved somewhere. Nah. Have I used squash and stretching animations? I have. Oh, wow, that was a very high have. I have, but I don't often use a lot of use a crazy amount of like animation principles, because that just takes forever to animate. the Densle icon gets in the way of the music. Usually, you can kind of like infer the title from like, or the rest of the title from thing. But that's also a problem with Animal Crossing music because the name of the game is so long and all the artists' names are so long. Or sorry, the name of the game or album is longer than the name of the song. So it's rough going. I'm sorry. But she's gonna look at them and maybe do a little bit of this, do a little bit of this, do a little bit of this, and then somewhere at 113, she's supposed to nod. So somewhere about here-ish, she's gonna go, yeah, just like that. Give me this. She's gonna do this and do that. Maybe a little bit like that. Maybe bring her hands come out just a little bit, and then they're gonna come back in. She's gonna do like a hey. Maybe don't turn that way. Yeah. Change the name of the songs in the music album. Like I could, but then it makes it a bit difficult to find the songs afterwards. Like it's already challenging coming back to Animal Crossing music in my music library because all the names are in Japanese, and then and it never gets sorted by album. Don't worry about it. What inspired to make the 3 animated Animal Crossing animations? Pretty much just, wow, I got really lucky once. I'm gonna make more. Because I made Lawless Crafting and then it kind of went viral, so I'm like, well, let me do another one, and then also did pretty well. And I'm like, well, let me do a series, and then the series did pretty well. So, yeah, just luck. And, but also, using it as a bit of like a jumping bed to learn more about making 3D animations and art and storytelling and working on big scale projects and stuff, because I was going in this direction anyways with my channel and its content, and this was a great project to like to do and learn learn animation, learn art, learn Blender, learn Unreal, learn editing and all that fun stuff for. So it was a nice little storm of cool events. I have a music channel making animations. So fun little history lesson. Densle, this channel, was originally an animation channel. I created it to do MapleStory animations. Back when MapleStory animation was a lot bigger than it used to be, or than it is now. The channel used to be named Densle MS, which is why on all the other social media platforms we have Densle MS, because it stands for MapleStory. But then after a point, the interest for doing MapleStory stuff kind of started to taper, and I was in a position where I'm like, well, I don't really want to keep doing this anymore, but I really want to get into music, because I was always kind of doing a little music here and there on the side while doing all that other stuff, and was posting a little bit to the channel, and then one day I was like, okay, we're done with this animation stuff. We're gonna pivot to doing music for the next little while. And then that launched the music side of the channel for a while. I did a bunch of covers and a bunch of remixes, and some of them did really well, some of them not so well. And then yeah, I was just doing that to grow my musical chops. But I always like doing animation, and to make the music videos look cooler or stand out more, I tried to make the visualizers look more interesting. So I started doing more animation stuff again, in at least in After Effects, like really simple 2D stuff, to kind of just make watching the video and listening to the song more of an experience rather than just like listening to the song, because there's a ton of covers and remixes out there, and it's really hard to stand out in them. So I'm like, oh, cool. Let's make cool looking videos for a cool sound and music. And then as the years went on, the complexity of those music videos started to increase as I started to introduce more animations and stuff into them. And then I slowly just kind of rolled back into what we're doing now again, which is animation, just full animations again with some focus on music. And it was a pretty cool time, really makes you feel like a music guy. But yeah, like you can see the transition if you watch the drift away video, and then the running away Infinity Train tune. I modeled a train for that, and then made a whole opening thing for it, and the other half of the video is just visualizer. The Adventure Time Everything Stays video, it was great. There's such a cool thing in it where the Ice King's crown, the ice crown or whatever, is like crying Polaroids, and I thought it looked so cool. Nobody watched it, which is fine, but the song slaps. Go listen to it. And then oh gosh, and then I did a Night in the Woods one, which was a full animated video, and then the Patapons one, which was a full animated video, and then we're like, all right, cool, let's take a break from this stuff, because I was doing a music video series where it was music videos that kind of all connect to each other in some ways, and I was about to do the third one, which I was really excited to do, but didn't feel like artistically capable of doing it at the time. So I'm like, let's take a quick break, do some practice with Animal Crossing video, because I think I can get the models and assets for it, and we'll do like a really short video just to practice some animation and some pipeline stuff and workflow tweaking. And then we made Lolly's Crafting. It did better than any video I'd ever done in the last 3 years, and then I'm like, well, I guess it's time for Animal Crossing series. So oh no, some of you guys are watching an ad. I'm gonna take a quick break and read your chat. Where'd you get the Animal Crossing characters from? Just the game files. I just learned how to rip and use. Just want to say thank you for existing and creating. Thank you for existing and watching the stuff. I really appreciate that. What will you do after the Animal Crossing series is over? That is for you to be surprised about and me to be excited about. But we got stuff planned. I think it'll be really cool. Everything Stays. Thank you. Out of all the music that I've made, I think Everything Stays is one of my favorites. It just sounds very different from my older stuff, and the music video for it is pretty cool. The music video for it sucked to make. Oh my god, I was taking a train doing vector art for like 16 images so that I could have variety when we do the picture thing happens in it, and it's pain. It was such a painful video to make, but I think it looked pretty cool. Okay, what are we doing? We are doing Pikmin. That's a good idea. So Isabel is animating, and she needs to do a nod. She goes, yeah. Maybe take her hands here and bring them back. Bring these back. She goes, eat. And that's pretty much it. We're gonna take this and we're gonna make it Bezier so that instead of it being static, she's moving a little bit. And she goes, yeah, maybe take this and make it faster. And then that's pretty much it. So we're gonna have her kind of like body swing just a little bit. Maybe do like one of these. And maybe do like a little bit of this. A little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. And when she does this nod, we want her head to be leading the action. So we're gonna have her head move first and her torso kind of follow behind, and then the hips follow behind that. And then when that happens, when she comes back up, we want her body to kind of like still be going a little bit. And then that's it. Actually, can you repeat that song again? That was pretty good. And then maybe her hands, we want them to do a little thing as well. We're gonna have them kind of just be slower. Maybe actually do like this. Maybe start a little earlier too. And then come back out. And then maybe do like this. Maybe also do this and this and this. Feels kind of fast. We're gonna take this whole thing and we're just gonna stretch it out. And her hands are kind of looking a little strange. We're gonna scooch those in a little bit. Maybe take this keyframe or maybe add a keyframe here. And scooch this out. Maybe do this. And then this comes in like this. And then this comes out. And maybe not that far. Maybe have her head start a little slower. Maybe do like a little bit of that. Maybe take this whole thing and move it out as well. And then maybe do a little bit of this. Okay, cool. Now to spice this up even a little more, we're going to turn on animation layers because we want to give her animation layers. It's a base, and I want to add a little bit of extra motion to her pelvis. Just some rotation, her chest, some rotation, and her head, some rotation. On these, I'm going to grab the X-axis, which is essentially just, forward and back, and add some noise. We're going to click on the channel here, and then we're going to come over to the modifiers tab on the side, and I'm just going to expand this up a little bit. Add a modifier for noise, and then just kind of putz around with some of these values. I think a scale of 25 is like a nice wobble. We don't need the strength of this to be that big. We can chunk this down to like 0.01. Maybe like 0.02. Maybe 0.01 again. Just a very subtle kind of motion. We want that same thing to be on pretty much all the other channels, but we're just gonna copy and paste it and then change the offset and change the phase so that it's a different noise profile, and do the same thing for the Z as well. So just paste that, change the phase, change the offset. And now she's getting just a really teeny amount of like body sway on her pelvis. And then we're going to do the same thing for her torso. We're just going to literally just copy and paste the same thing and just maybe put it on only the X and the Z channel. Z, if for those that aren't aware, is the spin. the spin. So we just want her doing a little bit of that, and then maybe some on the head too. Just gonna paste that, do that, and then do. Oh no! We're gonna copy that, and then we're gonna paste this. There you go. Now she's just standing still and swaying a little bit as if she's holding herself up a little more. And that's pretty much good enough for what we need. So now we're going to export this and see how it looks in the engine. Actually, before I do that, I need to save this into a scene. I'm sorry. We're going to go into here. We're going to outtalk. We're going to create from current. And now that is saved into a shot file. And then now when we go into State Manager and hit export. Sorry. I don't mean to be inside of pose mode. We're going to grab Isabel's character rig, and we're just going to add it to the selection. Just make sure it's an FBX, because we've rewritten a bit of the FBX exporter on this to export the character a certain way, with a beautiful, delicious add-on that I bought called Better FBX Exporter. This looks hard. I'm sorry. It's not that bad. I guess you're using the IK to keep the legs pointed to the ground. Yeah. All this functionality, all the rig functionality that these rigs have, just come from using Blender's built-in auto rigging system called Rigify. It generates rigs and rig systems. Legs are IK, hands can be IK, but you can also swap them to FK if you want. By going into here, turning on FK, and then doing the swap. Oh wait, no, doing the swap. Now you got FK arms. Yeah, it's just a whole rig, a whole functioning rig that you can use to do all your animations on. And it's really easy to set up, despite this music making it sound kind of silly. It's really easy to set up. There's a ton of tutorials on how to work with it, and it makes animating way easier. Yeah. So we're going to take Isabel. We're going to grab her rig. We're going to add a little comment if we're just, I don't know, doing the nod. We want this to be the scene length, and we're just going to publish. And that's going to be that. We're going to jump back over to Unreal over here, and we're going to make our way into... I'm also going to put my pen down over there and move to my mouse. I have a folder here for animation. We're just going to open up Prism. We're just going to bring this over here. We're going to jump into the Products tab, which is where the exported stuff kind of can be picked up. There's a master file here, which is a master file. If you update a file numerous times, then Prism will automatically swap out that master file with the latest version of the file, so that you don't have to re-import. No, you still would have to. You don't have to manually change too much if you're referencing one file. It doesn't really matter. We're gonna bring that in. We're gonna look for the Isabel character rig or character armature body, and we're gonna hit import all. That's gonna give us Isabel animation. Wow, delicious. We're gonna close that, and then we're going to take her rig or her body, and we're going to delete these animation curves and also one of these animation layers or channels. I'm just gonna bring this in just like that. And now we're also going to add some hold keyframes, some pre-roll and post-roll, because Unreal is kind of finicky when it comes to animation starting exactly at 0. It also looks 1 frame ahead, and if your character is not animated, you'll go into T pose and they'll snap it to its animated pose, and then the hair physics will go all wacky. But anywho, let's actually back over here, and then that's it. Isabel's got her animation. I should probably also move her forward just a little bit. Okay, cool. That's good enough. And then we're going to add the necessary bits and bobs for her face, which is element, I think, 2 and 3 for her eyes and her mouth. We're going to take these guys and we're going to then just have her mouth do that. And then give her maybe a blink. Oh no. We're gonna give her a blink, and then right here she's gonna do it. She's gonna just do that, and then come back up. And that's good enough for me. Save, and save it again. Now I can take my drawing glove off. Ugh. Okay. And then, the scene is pretty much finished. Yeah, I think I'll just get rid of this. Give me all of this. Move that olive here. And then bring ourselves to the end here and frame like that. And now we can do the fun part, which is lighting. Yeah, real-time motion blur. It's a good time. I'm also gonna change the song. It's a bit scary. Oh, we don't need this one either. You get out of here. You. So, doing stuff in Unreal. We're lighting now, guys. We got to make sure that this scene looks as pretty as it can be. How do we do that? Yeah, I don't like the way that Isabel looks here. It's hurting me. Can we find different animation? Like something else to like do that? Nah. 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 These are all for the picnic scene. This is... I don't even know what this is. Something. That too. That too. She is so far. Nah. Ooh, this was the fall scene. This is when she's doing the fall. Cool. That's a float. That's another talk. That's her sitting, standing, sitting, broken. What are you doing for this one? And it's just 2,000 frames of nothing. I always think this animation could be useful, and then she does a whip turn. Like, wow, talking. And then she does that. And I go, ugh, talking. Okay, she did literally nothing until the very end. Sorry, I'm looking for something to hopefully look like an exhale. No. No. And for anyone wondering what these weird ones, weird ones are, and like her head craning backwards and stuff, it's for shots like it's for shots like this, for example. Her arms aren't long enough to like come out from her body and touch either ends of the switch and pick it up. So to do a shot like this, we have to break it up into two rigs. One of her just standing there and having her head bob up, and the other being a very tiny Isabel that just kind of is off screen with hands that come forward, and we have to remove the head so that it doesn't get in the way. So that's why these kinds of animations exist. It's to do broken things like this, or it's to break them to do shots like this. And like to get this shot, for example, she has to grab the switch and move her head out of the way so that the head doesn't get in the way of the switch. So it's just some fun behind the scenes cursed animation for you. But because of that, it makes a lot of these animations unusable again, because they're made for such specific use cases. Like these ones are made for the little montage and she's like looking around Meg's house, and they're just long enough to be needed for the shot, but not enough for anything else. Unless we can use that one somehow. Maybe. Maybe. Ooh, that actually might work. Maybe. It's a little jank, but I don't think it really matters that much. Take maybe both of these and move them over just a little bit. And then get Isabel to... Where's your mouth animation? She says, ah, with her mouth open, ow. And then maybe take this whole thing and scooch that like that to give us a... Nope. Well, guys, thanks for watching the stream. It was delightful working for you guys. Come back next Friday, and hopefully Unreal won't crash. and lose all of our progress. Oh, you can slow down animations in Unreal. But no, give me the restore. What did you actually save? I think we saved. I think most of that was saved. If not, then that's okay. I'll just redo it. Yeah, so that wasn't saved. Everything that we just did with that animation. All that's still good. All that's still good. All that's still good. Okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna cut this. And then we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Do this. There's a lean animation somewhere in here. Isabel doing a lean. We just want her to do a little bit of like something like that. And maybe slow this down. And then give me this guy and maybe give me this guy. See, maybe change where this animation starts. So she's leading this way. Okay, maybe a little more. Then give me that. Maybe give me this guy and this guy and this guy. It was. It was. Probably also have her say it was during the turn. No, that's way too fast. Let's do this and do this. Yeah, something like that. Lost 10 viewers. The stream is over joke. That is very funny. Okay, let's edit some of her face. Maybe do this and that. Maybe get rid of this guy and do this. And then don't open your eyes yet until you turn. And then give me, maybe move that over. We'll probably move over the entire talking bit to happen over here. This line happens over here. She says it was, and we're gonna save that. Can you imagine if I just ended the stream when the program crashed? Unreal is guaranteed to crash like at least 10 times while we work. All programs crash. It's just the nature of modern software. Dun, dun. It's just the nature of how it be. give me this guy. Maybe give that key. And then maybe... Yeah, that's good enough. Actually, we'll do this, and then have you do that, and then do this. Okay, maybe do that. Maybe do this. Nah, actually, give me this back again. Yeah. And then Nook's blinks are a bit fast, so we're gonna go and scooch those out a little bit. This song, I can't speedrun doing lip syncing. We can at least listen to heavy music while we dream about speedrunning. Ah, well. Alright, so next up, we're gonna do some lighting. Lights. We're gonna add a level sequence for, what shot is this? Oh, 2010. We're gonna put this guy right, actually inside of it. We're gonna put this guy right there, just like that. We're gonna scooch this out again, and we're gonna make it the length of the project, and then we're gonna jump back out of it, and then no, jump into it. Yeah, like that. Then inside of here, we're just gonna add lights. We're just gonna add lights. Give me this guy. We're gonna do this guy, and we're gonna bring our camera to speed of 2. We're gonna push that to like here, and then actually no, we can't do that yet. We have to hold down Shift and then do that again, so that only adds it into the thing. And then we're gonna take this guy and do a little bit of that. So we're gonna make sure that this is kind of a warm light because it's coming from quote unquote a straight light. Maybe like 1.5, 1, 1.2, 1.3. We get rid of this and then do it this way instead. $53,000. Two hours already? Yeah. Animation do be taking its time. Now we're gonna need one for Nook as well. Put a second one in. And then do the same. Maybe 1.5. Give me maybe 2, 3, 2. And then we're gonna do this guy, we're gonna do this guy. Beautiful. I wouldn't mind a rim light on both of them, but I don't know if we can really do that. Give me this guy, and then we're gonna put this right here. Like right there. I'm also gonna turn off the foliage that runs a little faster. Put this behind them. a minute, there's a light above them. I should be able to just take that. This guy. And then we can put this one into our light sequence thing, and we can just boost this. It's like 10, 50, 500. Maybe make this guy a little wider, a little less bright. Actually, if we're doing that for the whole sequence, we could probably just do it on the level. And then give me that. Maybe make it a little warmer. Maybe nah. Maybe make these lights twos, ones. Maybe bring these guys in some more. Oh, those seem to do nothing really. Okay. Pretty cool. Or what if we took this guy and moved it this way, and then brought that back down to like 5, 2. Get rid of that keyframe. That was kind of ugly. Eh. Both of them aren't really doing it for me yet. Actually, what do we have here? Basically 3. Give me 3 over here. Give me back to 2, to 1, to 2, to 1, to 1.5. Bring us back to the spotlight. 15. I don't know, I want this softer. Or we just fake it. Bring this back down to, what do I have? I think 5. And then we add a, yeah, I think another rectangle layer looked okay. And then we can bring this down to like 1. Put this in the center of them. Make it wider. And then, yeah, like that. These 2 lights, we're gonna remove them. We're gonna put this one. It's the Isabel one. Put this behind her. And then make it super duper not that bright. I even forgot to do a whole introduction. Like, hey guys, welcome to Lighting 101. Instead, Loshi jumped in the middle of me being silent and moving squares around. I'm sorry. But welcome to lighting. We're lighting and trying to make scenes look beautiful, while also not trying to make them look ugly. Why do you have a keyframe on you? Stop that. Oh my glob. And now it's back to over there. Ugh. Also, Unreal's a bit lame when it comes to working with their sequencer, because sometimes it'll just add keyframes and then you won't know why. Well, what if we didn't put on the outside and we just kept to realistic standards and put it on the inside? Like here. And maybe make this taller and skinny. Like that. And we'll do one for Nook in a second. And then maybe do a little bit of this. Nope, I don't want to copy that. I want to just rotate my camera. And then we're going to do this and this. Push that there. Maybe you squish this to 1. Maybe not to 1, to like 0.2, 0.5. Give that a bit of a move. Yeah, something kind of like that. Maybe bring the attenuation down a smidge, because we don't need that going all over the place. Or do we? Eh. And then this light is now feeling too bright. So we're going to bring that to 1, 2. We needed, or is it this light, I think? It's feeling too bright. Yeah, I think this one we could probably bring down. It's actually a pretty fun song. But I hope everybody's having a great time so far. Where's that light coming from? What's that one? Sky. Could probably be... Oh, no. Apparently that's necessary. This one is different. Okay, and then we're gonna add the same thing for Tom Nook. We're gonna grab that light. We're gonna put that light in the same position as the other light by copying and pasting that light's keyframes or location. Putting that guy there, making it do a little bit like that, grabbing the rotation stuff and doing that over there, and then putting this guy over here like that, and moving it over here. Why are you so not that bright? Oh, because you're off. Oops. And then we need some for good old Tomothy Nook. Putting it like that, Putting it like that. There's a keyframe on it for some reason. Thank you, Unreal. I didn't ask for that, and now if I delete it, it's going to ruin your position. I love Unreal. It's just so handy of a program. This has an attenuation of 100, so that it doesn't bleed too far into the scene. We're also going to rename these to Isabel Body Rim, and this one is the, let me click on it, is the Nook Body Rim. And now, other videos are so great. Animations in general lore is insane. Thank you, Art of the Elephant. Art of Elephant. I appreciate you appreciating stuff. You're just in time for more of the same. See, and the Tom Nook one looks way too bright, so we're gonna bring that down. And it is way too bright because the Isabel is only 0.2. Easy. Okay, but both of them need... This is the head rim light. But both of them still need... Why is this in here? Both of them still need a little bit of a fill light because there's just a smidge dark. So we're gonna add another rectangle light. Put that onto Nook from down here. Ew. Actually, we probably put it in front of both. Just like that. Nah. Camera light? I don't like light directly from the camera. Because it feels like a... makes it feel like a TikTok video. So I'm just looking to... let's just lightly brighten them up. So that they're not so fully in darkness. But also in a way that doesn't yeah, light, just very lightly in a way that also isn't distracting. Like maybe this guy. So that one's like Isabel doesn't need that much light. This is actually the most I've lit a scene in a while. all these lights have volumetrics on them. We don't need any of that. Or maybe we do. Maybe you do. 50. Turn on the shadows. And that does nothing for us. Yeah, well. Maybe we could bring you guys down to 0.1. Yeah. Okay. That's looking not too shabby, Mr. Krabby. No, that's fine. I think it's her rim light that's concerning me still. No, that's not. I think it's just this light. Or is it this light? This light is the same light I was looking at. Okay, what about... It is that light. I need you to just be... No, I actually think it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We'll move on. So we got the lighting for this shot, and it's looking not too shabby. We're gonna save that twice because we don't want to lose everything. Because losing things is no fun. Wow, is that the moon? Oh my god! Welcome to the stream. Music playlist submissions. I usually don't take submissions because I like to vet the music that gets played on the stream. But if you have Animal Crossing music you want to hear, throw it up. I have all the games. Other than Animal Crossing though, everything else is really iffy. Okay, so like this shot seems alright, but we want to make it look a little nicer. So we're gonna add another level sequence. I think this spotlight, I want it to be a little less bright. We want Nook here to have a nice rim light on the side of his entire body, so we're gonna go and grab another rectangle. We're gonna put that right here and put that there. Put this guy here and put this guy like here, or maybe here and here, and I want it on your face. Somewhere like that. Maybe bring the brightness of it a little down. Maybe bring the sky so that's a little warmer. This is Nook and rim. You listen to a podcast of just me talking? Please, don't lie to me like that. We all know this is as entertaining as watching paint dry and listening to paint dry. Yeah, because I guess that would sound kind of gooey. I could bring this in like that, like that. And then same deal of... No! I didn't add this to the sequencer, so now it's just part of the level. No, well, I don't want it to be part of the level, I want it part of the shot. So you have to hold down shift when dragging stuff in from the place actors window, or else it's added to the level and then not the sequence, and then it's part of the level, and then it just hurts you later on because then it goes, oh wow, you want to delete this thing from this shot? You can't. It's in the level. It's in the level. What are you gonna do about this shot and this shot that all use the same thing? You just gotta scream. That's way too bright. We don't want that to be so distracting. We want it to be just bright enough to look cinematic. Next, we need one for Isabel on her left side, and maybe another light underneath here to kind of help with the shadow. But maybe not, actually. Let's go add a rectangle light. Put that like here. And put that like up here. And then like hit G. And then like make it super tiny, like, I don't know, 10 by 10. And then we're gonna zoom into it so that we can then put it into here. And then make it like bigger. Like 25 by 25, or even bigger, like 50 by 50. And then we're gonna make it not that bright, like 0.1. And then, you know, so it's just like a little flare of like lights, kinda ish, maybe. Oh yeah, because we still have the other rim light here, I think. No, that's part of the other thing. Never mind. That's part of Nook. Isabel then has to do a little bit of this. Then we maybe do a little bit of this. Do a little bit of this. Do a little bit of this, 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 and then bring that brightness way down again to like 0.7, 0.5, make you a little warm because we love the warmth. And then and then we're gonna blast a spotlight on her face. Like from... what is going on here? You're just spinning. Okay, alright, cool. Yeah, you get it, Spotlight. You go for it. You're living your best life. We're gonna delete that and make a new one. And then we're gonna do a little bit of this. How do you pronounce her name? Chadia? Thank you. Thank you for watching the stream. Or no, thank you for watching this stuff and then coming to the stream and saying sweet stuff. thank you. I appreciate that. And don't worry, you're just in time for more crazy filmmaking shenanigans. Like trying to get Tom Nook to look like a Nook. Or Isabel to look like an Isabel. Oh, thank you, Nilo. Nilo. I appreciate you appreciating the stuff. What is that you're trying to say there, Grank? What would you do if he okay, so he said yes would go? I like your moxie. What is this? That is that spotlight. We don't want to ruin that. I don't think I need this one to be super bright either. And I think... Oh, we also don't need any of these having volumetrics. Volumetrics. Oh no. Volumetrics. Ooh, or what if you all did have volumetrics and there are like 50? 20? I kind of like that. It looks like a little hazy. Kind of adds like a nice glow. Can we do that in the other shot? Maybe that with the head rim light. Do you like? You don't even know how to pronounce your own name? You wrote it! Ugh. On that picnic scene with the mask, with a crying mask boy. I can't do that. That goes against the lore. Or at least the predefined lore. How long does it take to make a short film? It depends on the scope. Sometimes a few days, sometimes a few months. And sometimes it just never comes out. Densle. Like for example, Lolly's crafting took a whopping week to put together. And the reset part 2 took 5 months. So there's a little bit of a fun duality in terms of time frames. Yeah, I can't get that same like haze effect here, I don't think. Unless I like make the spotlights also have some. Oh, wait, no, it was the spotlight. 50. And I guess I probably have to bring these ones down. All you guys, instead of being 20, be like 5, 10, 0, 5. Look, actually pretty kind of decent. And then we're gonna move on to the next shot, where Nook starts to talk, and he goes, "Yeah." Oh, but that's true. Isabel is standing here. We can take that position and put you there, so that you're standing just a little bit to the side. So that both of these are a little bit to the side. Ooh, but since both of these shots are the same, we can actually reuse the same lighting scenario, lighting situation by just dragging it in. Yeah, lights. Now we just gotta do this one. How do we want to do it? Isabel needs a rim light. Mask. Tom Nook needs a rim light. We're gonna make a new level sequence and name this 0120 030. We're gonna. Oop. We actually don't want this to have all that naming. Go to that 2. Drag that in here and put that in there just like that. And then we're gonna jump into the scene. And then we're gonna add. Give me a light here and a light somewhere here, and that's it. And we're just gonna go and grab this guy and put you here. Maybe do a little bit like this, do a little bit like... Actually, that looks probably pretty okay. I'll just put this like... That's... Make you a little taller. Do this to make it a little warmer. Delicious. We'll call this is a rim. Wow, I think you. It's a lot of it is just like you just been doing it for so long that you kind of like know what you gotta add to things to make them look certain ways. I'm like, oh yeah, I have this character that I want to like separate from the background or just look cinematic. And the way that everyone says to do it is just add rim lights. We love rim lights. And then maybe bring it down, maybe even way lower, and then make you kind of warm. Probably also make you the height of the lights. That's do we have another shot something like this? Yeah, and this is also another thing that Unreal has over Blender. In Unreal, you can build your entire sequence inside of the engine, so you know, you can have a sequence of dozens of shots kind of all in one big timeline, and all of them are live, so you can jump into any one of them, edit them, and animate them, and change lighting and stuff like that, or do global changes to a scene. Well, to do this inside of Blender, every shot is its own blend file or its own specific separate file. So like if I wanted to compare like 2 shots that are the exact same, I'd have to have both of them open at the same time, and or have properties in them that both link or reference from or each other, and that leaves a lot of room for human error to bring a lot of problems and stuff during production and rendering. But in Unreal, I can be like, cool, 2 shots look the same. I can just copy and paste lights from here and put them over here, and copy and paste animation from here and paste it over here, and it's all just one big project. One big old project. Subsurface scattering. I didn't really do any subsurface on them. I did like a little bit of some light material cheating to like make them seem cuter or make their fur a little bit softer to look at, but I didn't do any subsurface stuff. I tried doing subsurface stuff like throughout the entire series, but like it never really ends up looking that great in whenever I set it up. Not to say that subsurface is ugly. Does Mask Boy have a real name, not just Mask Boy? No, I didn't really give him one. He's just Mask Boy. Or any other derivative of the word mask and boy. This already looks pretty okay as it is. I don't think I really need rim or like bright edge lights on them. I just need to look cinematic. We could probably add one light to soften the side. Maybe. Maybe. Shift. Yoop. Actually, maybe we're more behind. Yeah. This. Maybe bring the attenuation to like 100, 500, 200, 200, 300. I want it to just hit his skin, but not necessarily the door. Closer. Yeah, something like that. Where's my foliage? Delicious. Delicious? Or is it more nutritious and less delicious? Maybe bring this one down a little bit. Just a smidge. Okay, I think I can work with that. All right, and that's pretty much the scene, more or less. Now the real question is, will this render okay? Because I just want to blast out a version of it, and then if we need to make changes later, then we'll make changes later. But I gotta make sure that afternoon, day, and plaza party aren't going to suddenly turn on during render, and I don't think they will. We're also going to save this because there's been a lot of changes. And then we're just gonna, I guess, give it a whirl. All this light around Isabel still is kind of irking me. And there's also a consistency error because there's a big shadow that goes across her face here and that doesn't appear here. And I could fix that. So that's coming from this thing. As she turns her head more towards a boy. I don't really think anyone's gonna really notice. Also, why is there a shadow on her mouth? What's going on there? Where's that coming from? There's a spider on my wall, guys! Oh my gosh! How long have you been standing there? Ah. Okay, I guess you can chill out for a bit. What was I doing? It's not you. Oh, it's you. Okay, let's get rid of that. Oh no, spider. Yeah. I mean, he's not bothering anybody. He's just standing there. But also, like, where'd you come from? How did I not see you? Alright, never mind. We're gonna keep on moving forward. Isabel does her exhale or whatever, and they start mingling, and then he's moving. Where are you going? I think he feels the wind from the window. Anywho, we're gonna render this out and hope that it renders okay. And lighting. We're gonna copy new path, and we're gonna save this again. We're gonna go into here, and then we're gonna do. Oh, is the spider cute? I mean, he's just a common house spider, so he's kind of on the side, but it's fine. I was gonna mention this one neat thing that Unreal can also do when it comes to rendering. It's not Lucas the spider. Unreal Engine has a movie render queue, and you can use this to queue up various scenes and sequences that you want to render. It's the same thing equivalent to like a render farm or something that I used to use back in Blender. So in this, I can queue up all sorts of shots and sequences and what have you, and I can also queue up different types of render settings for them as well. So in Unreal, you can just make a bunch of render presets that like will just prepare your scene in the proper ways that you prefer them to be rendered. So in my case, I've made a 2K HD export version 5 that I also have to change the export directory to this. And this just has a whole bunch of like render settings that I like. So I'm rendering in 1440p at 30 FPS. We got some game overrides to make it look higher quality. We have some console variables, which are essentially just instructions for the engine to like set certain parameters certain ways, so that when they render out, they look a little cooler. I also have anti-aliasing, but it only causes problems. So I'm trying to see how far I can get without needing to use it. And then file formats for everything, and it's all well and neato. What was I gonna do before I hit the button? Oh, right. But before we get into that, I have to check a couple things in here, such as the motion blur. There's a fun bug in Unreal where flags and various cloth physics will just freak out really bad. Wait, no, they won't. Because I don't have anti-aliasing on. Will just freak out really bad because anti-aliasing will like poke the engine in a weird way that makes it hurt itself. We also need we're also gonna need where's my other post-processing volume? Boosh. Posts. We're gonna take this guy, we're gonna take this guy, we're gonna put it in here. I'm also gonna make sure that we don't have any blur on. We have a little bit of chromatic aberration, we have a little bit of lens distortion. I don't want any masking because that's gonna blur the whole scene globally and that's gonna look really ugly. And then we want, what else do we need? We don't want any lens flares, we don't want any camera dirt, we don't want any exposures hurting us in some weird way, we don't want... Yeah, I think everything looks okay enough. Oh wait, I also didn't do any camera animation. Guys, should we add camera shake? Like just a really gentle camera shake. Should be nuts and keep it from feeling like a documentary. This kind of is the making of in real time. What do you mean kind of? We're literally making it in real time. This that you see on the screen, this is final image for the most part. We can have a lot of camera shake. Like, I also need to get more camera shake presets. You know, Really feels dynamic. Dynamic. We love dynamicism. I think I might make a even gentler one because gentle is still feels like a bit too much. But I just want like a little bit of sway. So we're gonna jump into the camera sway dialogue window and we're gonna just scooch these down even further, like to 0.1 and 0.2 maybe. And then we're gonna see how that looks. Give me gentle 2. Oh, I also compile this, please. Thank you. And let me get just you know, very subtle, very just kind of, it's kind of blink and miss it subtlety. We can't actually run that at full screen. That's way too much. I turn this off. And which also means we have to do for every shot. Garbage. But it's also not that big of a deal. We're gonna do camera shake and gentle 2. And then, ooh, actually we should move where that starts because the same noise pattern will always start at the same way. So we gotta make sure that we shake things up. And then one more. Wah. Dynamic. Wow. The cameraman's so scared he's shaking. We love shaky cameramen. They just add so much dynamicism. I know it's a word, but my mouth doesn't want to say it. And next we're on to Unity. Do it. But also thank you, spicy ramen. I'm glad you like the stuff. Okay, so we have our scene. We are now going to render it. And it looks good enough. Bring on this guy, and I don't know if the stream will die when I hit this button. So we're in for a whirl of live stream technical difficulties because both OBS and Unreal both require my GPU. So if the stream dies, chill. We'll be back online, and then we just won't render. Come on, you could do it, Unreal. I also hope it doesn't crash, because that'll be really sad. Not the stream, like Unreal, as just as a program. Bap, bap, bap. We're winning! We're in the money! Alright, so to render this whole scene, it's going to take less than 10 minutes. Oh, no, I did. Yeah. Unreal being unreasonable. Always, it always is. But, oh, now I can read your comments. Guys, what's everybody doing? Shah. Y'all, like, living your best lives or something? Like, yo, what's good? hitting 60 FPS. Look at the flag by Isabel's ears. It's flapping. We love flapping flags. What's the quality? I've been rendering everything in 1440p. And then yeah, 1440p. I kept trying to do everything in 4K, but it just kept causing so many problems. This is a nice middle ground. Yeah, it's 1440p at 30 FPS. And that's how we did all of them. Bum, 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 bum. Try not to fall asleep. Get some rest. Sleep is healthy. Or take a nap and come back in 3 hours. Have I played Minecraft Legends? No, sir. I don't think Minecraft Legends is a game for me. But I hope it's fun. But yeah. It's almost done, guys. It's almost done. It's almost done. Oh my god. The render is finished. Alright, so that took like what, less than 10 minutes? Like 6 or so. To render this many frames out of Blender would have taken like 10 hours. And the visual fidelity of it would have looked kind of the same. At least per my skill. So yeah, that's the biggest reason why we like using Unreal. It's just so fast. And that is an EXR file, which we can then bring into here, and refresh this and bring this into here. And then, oh, right, we got rid of this shot, so we don't need it anymore. Where do you begin? Where do you begin? Here. Get rid of these two. We don't need you anymore. I'm sorry, the walking lolly. Oh, I also have to do this thing. There's also a weird bug in my instance of Unreal where this specific toggle, the use less CPU when in background, never saves being checked, no matter how much I fiddle with any of the settings of the program. Which makes it so that this program still hogs resources when it's not being used, which slows down other programs, but that doesn't matter. We're going to right click on this, add a LUT for converting the linear to sRGB, and now we have the footage. That's it. And then I would do sound, maybe some very light comping if need be, and then put it on YouTube. Thank you for coming to the live stream. Yeah. Running at 60 FPS might be doable because everything, including the dialog boxes, would be done entirely. Yeah, you can do that. That's one of the great things, the great benefits of using real-time software, because your animation interpolation can be interpolated either up or down to whatever frame range or frame rate. That's it. That you want to use. And it just kind of does it. So it's like if I wanted to, I could render all this in 60 FPS, but I don't think I want the smoothness. But yeah, it's really neat. How's your day, Densle? What did you had for lunch? Nothing yet. I pretty much just had breakfast with like a little bagel and some juice. And now I have water to keep me going. But afterwards, I don't know. It's Pizza Friday, I think. Let's see. Yeah. So this scene is pretty much good enough to go. Wow, the flag. It actually flaps in the wind. You know how much work it takes to do that in Blender? Not a lot. It's just a cloth sim, but setting up cloth sims are such a nightmare. At least for me and the tools that I use. It either renders fine or doesn't render at all. and it's quite a time. We're gonna save that, and I think this sequence is ready to be edited, so we can swap that from orange to beige. No, the other one, cream or whatever. Which just indicates to me that this sequence is pretty much finished. It just needs to be edited. I need to like replace the video instance in here with cleaner footage. Actually, no, I think this might be okay. It doesn't have a watermark either. Yeah, now we can just edit it when we get to editing. Okay, which means, oh my gosh, guys, we're free now from that whatever work I was planning to do today, which means that we can now focus on doing something else. We can either render this scene, like fix up the lighting, fix up the redo some of the camera work and stuff, and then also get an image to put on her phone here, or we could work on the entirety of Great Pietro and trying to get this entire short redone. What are you feeling? What does happen in Great Pietro or in boxes? That needs to be comped, and I need to re-render. Oh yeah, sorry. And there's also this sequence as well, which is Raymond coming on the island. We have to build a set, like a really spooky forest set, for the background area, and then maybe refine some of the shots to look nice with it. I'm actually gonna make a poll. You're getting a poll. Oh, actually, never mind. We're gonna wait 1 minute because there's an ad coming in a minute. So we'll just wait for that to happen, and then we'll do a poll. Till then, chat amongst yourselves. Oh no, we can't look at that yet. We're actually gonna close that. That's illegal. I also have to do this shot too, but I'm not gonna do a time lapse because I don't think I have the patience to figure out how to do a time lapse. I think I'll just cut to afternoon. We hold time to 15 more seconds, and then we'll do a poll. Physics simulations is better than Unreal. Yes and no. Unreal has a wealth of like physics tools that can do a lot of sorry, the ad's going. I don't want anyone who wanted to hear this answer missing it. Yeah, Unreal isn't necessarily like better for physics. It just has a couple like physics tools that Blender can do, but require more steps to achieve. Like for example, Unreal has a whole. Where are you, Unreal? Give me Isabel. And give me this. Give me this. Give me your ears. Unreal has a whole suite of like physics editing tools, so I can do character physics stuff on my characters, and I can apply that to various parts and bones and things on their body, and I can do that in Blender too, but over here it's a whole system that does that for me, while in Blender it's an active creative choice that I have to set up per character every time I want to use it. And it also doesn't really play well with Blender's linking and referencing system, but over in Unreal it just does, because all the tools are designed to talk to each other like that. So it's just a matter of like one being slightly more efficient in terms of getting to an end result, but they both can do the same thing for the most part. All right, poll time. Do we want what next? The Great Piepo, Raymond Arrival, or Raymond at the airport? We technically are. And oh, what's the last one? Isabel, the picnic. Is that how you spell picnic? Picnic basket. All right, what do we do next, guys? Where we can do it. We can do it all. Well, in theory, I'll have to do it all, but what do we do today? That'll keep us occupied for the next 3 hours. Oh, Raymond's arrival. It's just. Oh no, never mind. It's chunking down. And for a refresher, the Great Pietro, we're rebuilding the scene or the entire short in Unreal. So all of this is being completely redone to just be over here. Most of the framework for it is finished. It's just a matter of fine tuning it and getting furniture and stuff to work and look okay, and then rendering it. The Raymond arrival is part of the inboxes, the extension for inboxes, where Raymond comes over to move on the island, and we have to build a set for it, a very spooky looking forest to do some to finish these shots in. And Isabel's picnic is this scene all the way over here, where Nook calls Isabella on her time off to say, "Can you come in to kickstart the events of Reset Part 1?" It's pretty short. We just need to fix up some of the cameras and give it some better lighting and maybe switch up the set a bit. And that's what we're doing for that one. So all three is work, and all three of them will hopefully be finished next week. So which one do you want to see being made today? And you guys picked all three evenly. They're all 33%. Guys, help me help you help myself. I can't work on all three at the same time. Please. There's 40 of you here, and there's only 25 votes. I just need literally one more. Oh, wait. Okay, well, technically Isabel's picnic is winning, but we're gonna wait one extra minute, and then we'll give it a pause. But so far, Isabel's picnic seems to be winning. Oh no, it's back to losing again. Well, not really losing, but it's getting there. And the poll's over. The winner was Isabel's picnic. Okay, actually, this might not be super involved. What's up with this phone? Oh my god. Okay, so the hardest thing that we're gonna have to do in this is we're gonna have to animate a screen to go on her phone here. Garbage, but it'll be cool. First things first, I need you guys to give me some great ideas as to a profile or like contact photo for Tom Nook on Isabel's phone. Like, what do you think would be on? What do you think Isabel would pick to be the image she picks for Tom Nook? While you guys think of that, I'm also going to reuse another a project file that I was using earlier. This application is called Cavalry. It's kind of like After Effects in terms of it's a 2D animation software program. There's a free version of it, which is what I'm using, and a paid version of it, which has a bunch of extra features. And this guy is what I was using in the last episode to do things like the island animations, like the loading screen island animations, as well as what else did I use it for? Oh yeah, and the end credits, to make the end credits and like the credits list. earlier last week or earlier a few days ago, I was also using it to do some phone stuff for the phone stuff. So we're gonna take this and we're just gonna reuse this template to I want to duplicate it. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna need a better background. We're gonna need gonna change this to Tom Nook, Tom Nom, Nook. We're gonna give him a number. I think it was, oh gosh, I think it was 111 Tom Nook, because he calls Dottie. Yeah, stop it. He calls Dottie, and it's, yeah, 111 Tom Nook. She names him landlord. Tom hyphen Nook. We're gonna make sure that this is centered by turning on our snapping and putting it in center. We need to give it an image. Probably fish-eyed Tom Nook. That's a good one. Tom Nook's poster. Making an image of Tom Nook with a fisheye. All right, the fish-eyed Nook. I have to find that image from somewhere. Tom Nook elongated fisheye. Okay, everyone wants the fisheye. So I don't have an image of fish-eyed Tom Nook. If somebody could do me a huge favor and post one in the Discord, and I will use it and put your name in the credits. Full name is Thomas Nook. Did I use one for Mask Boy? Did I? Where was that? I did. You're right. PNG or JPEG? JPEG. I have the plush one. Sorry, these are all clothing items. Oh no, where did I put that file? Where did I put this file? Because I was looking at this when I was remaking this the other night, but I have forgotten about. Actually, okay, wait. Let's jump into here. This is from Isabel's Dream, which I think I can jump into videos, shorts. Isabel's Dream into images, stock, stills, ArtStation, download. No, these are things I needed. Textures. Actually, isn't textures? No. Thumbnails. Dang. Or what if we go into here, jump into Bizza Drizza? Because I animated this in After Effects, so we might be able to steal it. So we have the graphics here, and we're getting close. Comp, and we're gonna open up After Effects. We're getting there. Hold on, guys. The money tub. That's funny. Oh wow, thank you, Logan. I appreciate your words. When's the movie coming out? I don't know. Whenever it's finished, I guess, I suppose. Oh no, all of this is broken. Where does we go open the thing? This is just not worth. This is just not working. Okay, well in here, we also need assets. There it is. Oh no, that's the thing. I made this in Affinity Designer. Okay, sorry. This is a big rabbit hole now. Ooh. Okay, Klaka, you sent me a pretty good one. Thank you, new game. But I think I'm looking for the fisheye one. It's just too silly. So we're gonna put this guy into here. Gonna take this, put it in here, and we're gonna take this guy and put it into here, and then we get Tom Nook, Timothy Nooklington. Oh wait, actually, let me. We'll pick it up later. Okay, so we're gonna take this guy. This is the image for the thing. We're gonna replace the file with. Gonna replace the file with this, and then we're gonna make this one super. No, give me this. Come on. Come. Let me do it. Oh my god. Alright, we're just gonna bring its scale up, I guess. Yoop. Make it 1 and 1. Make it 2 and 2. Make it 1.5 and 1.5. 15, 1.5. Yeah, beautiful. We need a good background. This gets a phone call. It has an animation. It's like, whoop, whoop. Oh, actually, let me also open up that scene because I have to replace her phone. Because right, the last time we worked on this, it crashed the stream. Oh my god. So we're. It might be a bit of a time. Doom guy in the background? Man, you guys really want Doom guy, huh? This is a prop phone. I want to replace this with her blueprint phone. Can I do that? Phone. Isabel? And then, hold on, sorry, we have to do some very needed, very important work, which is swapping her phone with a cleaner phone model, so that we can replace the image on it with whatever we want. Change class, phone, is it? And then the last shot is a. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie, okay, okay, okay. Now we're gonna animate the thing. So we actually really only need call animation of it ringing. It being booped. And I think the boop is we can just have it stand or have like a static image. How did I what was my influence for this phone? I don't even remember. Large nook. Do you have games on your phone vibe? He does. At least I think he has games on his phone. Back on a pile of bells. That's also not bad. Doom guy? Alright, do you guys want a pile of bells or Doom guy? How would I do the bells though? Doom guy's easy. I could just get an image of Doom guy and just put it in, but Doom guy bells. Okay, we're gonna do a poll. Isabel's phone background, Doom guy, or bells. Cast your votes. One will require me to have to use Affinity Designer, and the other will require me to have to just go to Google and pick an image. Would KK be a good image? Technically, but at this point in the story, they haven't been vibing yet. Technically, yeah. Technically, no. Wow, it looks like Bells is winning by not necessarily a landslide, but oh, looks like Doom Guy is getting up there. Let's see what our options are for Doom Guy and for and then one for oh no, Bells I'll just make a thing for it. All right, Doom Guy is kind of a Doom all right. Bells Guy, now that's pretty good. We're gonna wait one more minute and then we're gonna move on to pick with whatever option. Hey there, Emily, welcome to the stream. Actually, I really need your help right now. We're at 50-50 with this poll. Oh, never mind. Bells went. Oh, we're at 50-50 with this poll. We're trying to figure out what background we want Isabel's phone to have, whether that be Doom Guy or bells. Like just bags of bells, like just tons of bells. Cast your votes. Because it's like a life or death situation now. Oh, wait a minute. It's already been a minute. Bells, she deserves it. I don't know, Doom Guy seems to be winning. Oh, looks like Doom Guy has won. So sorry, everybody. But now that means we gotta pick a Doom Guy image. Give me yes, just give me this one with Peter in it. That looks like hot news. Like I don't want one without his mask on or without his helmet on, because he just looks like a regular guy. Maybe like this one. That's kind of fun. Too good and shooting towards the right is iconic. This one? Nah. I like the image, but I think I'm gonna go for this one. Sorry, not sorry, but also very sorry. Give me the goods. Open image in a new tab. Bah. Oh no, it's a WebP image. Okay, hold on. Let me save as. Zip, paste it into here as a JPEG. Get rid of that W web page nonsense. As a JPEG. Delicious. Okay. Get rid of all these things. The booty one. We're not putting a booty image of Doom guy in this. Which one was it? I think it was this one. Alright, we're gonna stretch it horizontally just like that. Meh. Gotta put that in here. I guess we won't. We're gonna put, we're gonna give this a blur filter. Blur. And then we're just going to, yeah, that's pretty much it. Unless we also have to, I think her screen would open up from, like, it would do this where it's on something else, probably just nothing. It would fade on and then Nook would call, and then it does a thing, and then it has to do a boop. How long is this sequence? It's 720 frames. We don't need that many frames. We only need maybe 200. Give me this. Give me... Where is it? Give me this. Yeah, sorry, give me this one actually. 200, thank you. Where 100 of it is animation. And, ooh, wait a minute. Sorry, 150 of it is animation. And then a little bit after that is, because that would only be 50 frames. We need 250. No, give me this one. This one. 250 framey doos. Take this, and put them all over here. Give me this, give me this. Over there. Give me this and expand this, I guess. What is this? It's the blur filter. Why can't I stretch this out? I guess I can't. Never mind. Alright, before we get into really animating, we're gonna read your sweet words, and then I'm going to quickly disappear for like 2 seconds. Is that compatible with a lot of programs? Yeah. Most of the time you can just like change the file name from WebP to JPEG and it works fine. But I am going to be right back. Where's my OBS screen? Where's my music? Yeah. Oh, there's even a song called Igloo playing next. Wow, you guys are ready for some. You're in for some bangers. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna swap over to this. Oh, it didn't do it there. It does it here, I think. Yeah. Hey guys. So, we need to animate some phone screen stuff. Isabel's phone is 150 frames long. The first frame is 150 frames. So we need to do a thing that that looks like a phone is waking from sleep and the call kind of is beginning. So we're gonna I want to do a thing where most of this is actually we can add a background. Copy pasta. Add a background. This is we're gonna call this wake. We're gonna go to its opacity and add a keyframe. Add a keyframe. And then we're gonna just do a thing where we take this whole thing and move that over because we don't need all that space. And somewhere about here, maybe it's gonna go to 0. So it's like, make that a little faster. And then we need all this stuff can be turned off for a hot minute. We have this background, which usually on phones, well, not really usually on phones, but I've seen on some phones the background will like scale inward. So I kind of want to do that while it comes in from the lock screen. Actually, does my phone do that? Okay, my background doesn't, but my UI does. But I don't care. We're gonna do the background, so we can bring emphasis to the sweet Doom guy image for a brief moment. We need your scale keyframe. And expand this a little bit. I move that there, and we're gonna bring this guy. Is there a way to lock these you two together? Or do I have to like? I don't know. Oh well. Go over to yonder. We're gonna do this. Give me both of you guys again. Or give me none actually. Give me both of you. Put this guy here, put this guy here. Grab both the keyframes. And then we're gonna do a little easing. Give me ease in and out. Delicious. Good enough. Now we're gonna move back over to yonder, take both of these frames, and then now we have that. Now I want this blur to kind of like also come on with the scale. So we need this guy to like start not very blurry and then become blurry. So we're just gonna just like that. And then we could probably also group these two together and just make this the background. And then all this stuff. So like the phone things and the text stuff and what is this? The caller ID. And this is the phone number. I think if I put these inside of each other, then they get grouped. And then what else do we want to do? What is this? That is the little orb thing coming out from behind it. We also want, what is this? You two are all the ellipses. We can actually put you guys together. This is the decline. And this guy is the accept. Oh no, I went the other way. You needs to be below, and then you inside of you. Accept. So we have both of these guys, and then we have this center image, which is where Nook is going to be. Nook? Oh no. Where is he? Oh wait, no, that's the wrong thing. This guy, this guy, this guy. Oh yeah, and the text stuff. If it makes this view. Wait, does somebody not know what's going on? We're making a thing to go on Isabel's phone, and then we gotta animate all these little details because there's a shot where you look right at it. Yeah, so we gotta do it. And I seem to be missing where. Seem to be missing this image. Decline, and this is the accept. I want to put the decline and the decline, the accept and the accept. And now we have decline and accept. We can toggle both of these on. I'm also sorry to not be explaining how to use this program. I don't really know how to use it that well. I used it like a whole twice, and then and said, "Nice, this can replace After Effects indefinitely." And now I'm paying the price of the consequences of my own actions. We can call ID. Is there like a null? I think there's like an empty 3D matrix. Empty. A null? Give me a null, baby. So I can put the screen up. But literally everything inside of it. All this stuff in here. And I can animate this and everything moves. We want this guy to do a little bit of everything. I need him to I want him to come up a little bit. So we're gonna be doing a little bit of this. It's like, ew, that looks terrible. We're also gonna take that and we're gonna move into the graph editor. We're gonna take the graph and we're gonna, I don't know, do it slow in, slow out. No, we're gonna do a slow in. No, wait, slow out. Yeah. And that's gonna take us right to the ballpark. Baby. And then with everything else. And then maybe we can change around how this looks. Also do a slow. Fine, give me both of them. Okay, give me none of them. Maybe a slow out. Cool. And then, so the phone rings. The phone's gonna do some jiggling, and then when she touches it, we technically need a image of it doing a thing, or like she's gonna hit the button, and then it's gonna do a thing. What is her ringtone? It's just whatever this is. Just like regular game sounds. I have to redo the audio for this a little bit because it implies that the phone is vibrating on like a hard surface, like a cabinet or something, or like a side table, and she's not there anymore. She's on a carpet. So we gotta redo the sound design. That is that. How do we do that? I think we would need to take all of these guys. Oh, cool. Both of you dudes. She is gonna accept the phone call. So both of you guys need your opacities to disappear. Disappear and disappear. Shoot. Maybe a little faster. Shoot. And then behind Nook, we're gonna get a big circle. And we're gonna make this circle like a nice green. But also be kind of, you don't work that way. Be kind of like that. We're gonna put this behind everything. And then we're gonna take this guy, put you over there, and then we're gonna do this. Actually, we could also put this inside of this. And we're gonna do that. And when she hits accept, it's gonna cover the whole screen in green. Like, give me the scale, baby. And then, I don't know, Tom Nook, and it's gonna, the caller ID is also gonna disappear. Why not? Give me this. Give me that. Then make all of this even bigger too. Can I? It's a shame that I can't lock this. I probably can, I just don't know how. We're gonna take both of these guys, we're gonna make Nook's face big. Big Nook. All of you guys, you and your opacity and your I love modern software. It's so stable and and so so easy to use, so reliable. Okay. So cavalry crash, unfortunately. We're gonna save this actually. I don't think you need Blender open anymore. And we're gonna redo everything that we've created. Are you guys ready for that? Actually, is there recovery in it? There isn't. This feature requires a project. Yeah. That's a shame. That is quite the shame. You're gonna duplicate that. We're gonna name this Isabel phone. We're gonna open that up. And we're gonna do all that fun nonsense again. We're gonna get rid of all this. We have the background. We have the background, which is supposed to be Doom Guy. Actually, both of these we need. Both of these we need. Have you had an evil animal trying to help the player? I mean, he doesn't need any help. He's Mask Boy. That's really a cutscene in Animal Crossing. Be fun. Give me that. Ooh, no, we don't need that. We need this. What is this? I wish I had a give me a little preview. We have Doom Guy. Doom Guy. We're gonna take Doom Guy. We're gonna put him like here. And then we're gonna take him and then we're going to animate his scale. And then and we're also gonna change this so that's 250 frames. We're gonna go over here and go to 150 frames. And we're going to extrude that out. Just take this guy, do this, and then we're gonna do this. And we're gonna do a little bit of this. We have his scale come up to 3. And we also want this to... where am I going? We also want this to do a little bit of this. Just a smidge. We also want this to all be auto. How do I do that? By clicking this button over here. Ew. Maybe not that button. Give me, where is it again? Give me, how do I do interpolation again? I did it once. Key interpolation. Bezier. Never mind. There's no auto Bezier, is there? There should be. We're gonna take that guy, do that. We're gonna do... add a keyframe, curve interpolation, Bezier. What? I don't want to open handles though. How do I use this program? I'm gonna take both of these, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do a little bit of this. And then that is going to give us that. It's going to have some blur in it. That also needs to be animated. We're going to do this. We're going to add... where is it? We're going to add some blur. Ah! This is... it's not After Effects. Where does the song go? Somewhere? This is an After Effects. This is the beautiful application Cavalry. It's kind of like a... kind of like an alternative to After Effects. Can do a lot of the same things, and it has a lot of functionality that After Effects doesn't have, but It comes with a caveat of having to relearn new software in a way that is hard. We're gonna take both of these, and we're gonna put this guy here. We're gonna take both of these and come back from one. We're gonna... And then we're gonna take all this fun stuff. We're gonna copy this, and we're gonna name it a group and call it background. We can also probably put the background in the background. Oh, wait, we don't even need it. We have this guy and the accept and the accept, and I need, where's something else? And the phone. So this and this, and it's the decline icon. Decline, we're gonna take the shape, we're gonna take this, and we're gonna put it in. We're gonna make this the phone, and this the decline. We're gonna also make it say decline, because Isabella has the ability to decline. We're also gonna do the same thing for the accept. We're gonna take the accept, we're gonna take, where is it? The accept text and the accept phone. We're gonna put that in the accept icon.
See? Noodles aren't the only food around, you know.
Yeah,
Noodles.
you're right. I'm up for some noodle sushi.
Noodle sushi. And we're gonna name that to accept, and both of these are now groupable objects. We're gonna take, this is the bone wave thing. This is the icon, color icon, which we're gonna swap to this one, which is fisheye nook. We're gonna take our phone icon here, we're gonna jump on over to the fill, and we're gonna delete this and add in the fisheye nook, and that's pretty much going to give us the same thing. Gotta put them somewhere in the center. Beautiful. What is this? This is our image. Yeah, the color the image. Get rid of that. Put that in here, and get that. Boop. Now you're gonna be weird about it. I guess we need this thing. This is our mask. We're gonna take all three of these and group them and call this icon, and this guy we should now be able to... Oh, we can't actually move groups. We can, but clicking on it will always grab the image inside. Wow, I love this program. We have Mr. Mask, which now needs to be turned to Tom Nook, as well as caller ID, as well as the phone number, which needs to be 111 Tom-Nook, and that needs to look like that. We're gonna add a null, which is just going to be something to group everything into that we can globally animate in. And the null is going to be the phone move. Then we also have this white ellipse for some reason. I don't think we need that. And then now we can reanimate what we had before. We're also going to save this before I continue on, because I don't want it to crash and then see everybody watch me cry live on stream. I think that'd be very embarrassing. Instead, we're gonna go down to, where is it? Picnic. We're gonna add a new compositing category. We're gonna add a new compositing task. We're going to right click and select copy path for new version. We're going to jump back into Calvary, hit Control Shift S to save as, and we're just going to paste that into our file name. And that's going to automatically save this into our project thing here. Oops, I didn't mean to close everything. Bam, bam, bam. Now we just have to animate this look like a phone again because our program crashed and we have to redo it. We're gonna add a shape. Shape? Or a rectangle. Give me that. Make it a rectangle and put this guy. Thank you. Put this guy. Put that map like that. Make you color black because we need this to animate on like so. I'm gonna grab both of these keys, and we're going to do that, and then give me, oh no, give me this way instead. That looks neat. And then we're gonna also do the same thing with the phone. We want this position to come up to where it is from where it used to be. So we'll take the null and bring that down a little bit. We're gonna grab these keyframes and we're going to give them a bezier. I don't need your X, I don't think. We can get rid of that. But your Y, that's important. We want that to start fast and stop slow. Even slower than that. We're gonna take this keyframe and move it out. Like that. So Nook's calling. He's calling. Oops, looks like something broke. We're gonna have to open up this and bring this out. Actually, no, bring the whole thing. Bring it all out. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Phone's ringing. It's doing the thing. We're going to save that again. And then around here, she hits the button. We want, what do I want? I think we want this guy to have the green version of it, like that. And then we want this to come up from behind this. And it's behind, except I want this guy to what was it? Alt N? B? N. I want this guy to do a thing where it goes green film, where it goes, we set a keyframe for scale and probably one for position. Actually no, we don't need position, that's gonna look weird. We want this to open up fully and cover the whole screen because she's accepted the phone call. So which also means that we probably don't want this in the... Oh, it's not even in there. Ooh. We can take that and move that to there. And we also want this to do this. We also want this to maybe do... what am I doing? This? No, I think I want this to be faster. Or maybe not either or. That's how... Wait, what? How did I do that? How did I do that? I don't know how I've made it full screen. But cool, cool. We're gonna keep rolling with it. Zoop. Zoop. Do I want to blur this a little bit? Maybe just a smidge. Just a little bit of blur. Just like a 2 pixels worth of blur. Okay, maybe like 5 pixels worth of blur. Sure. And then we want this guy to scale up a little bit. Just a smidge to like 2. Okay, not to 2, maybe to like 1.2. Then we have this guy do this. Maybe bring this out. And then... And we want everything else to vanish. So like this guy, the call wave and the phone number. All of you dudes. We don't want any more opacity on, so we're gonna have all of you guys. Oh, can I do that? We're there, not there. Wait a minute. We can do a thing. We can do a thing. We can do a thing. We can get a null, I think. And nulls have opacities, so we can have this null be opacity. Without everything in caps, opacity. We can put this inside of here, and then we can make this guy set the opacity of everything else. Like that, the phone number 2. Opacity. I can grab the opacity and attach it to here, and then I attach it to, come on, to here. Oh, wait a minute. Can I actually do that? Actually, I don't know if I can. Wow. Neato. Cool. So then I think I can do... Oh. Never mind. Well, actually, never mind. Okay, we're kind of close. We're getting there. Where? No. Thank you. We want this guy doing this guy. We want this guy doing this guy. I think you're already doing it, I guess. Please. Why aren't you doing a thing? Did I... Quit it? What? What? Oh well, never mind. We'll take this guy, this guy, and the phone wave. We want all of them to get a keyframe. You get a keyframe, and 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 then we'll just move to later and just have all of them do that. Oh, right. Actually, I don't think we need one for the wave. But we do for everybody else. Everybody else then needs to be doing this. And then... we can take all of this stuff and we can move it out just a smidge. Tom Nook. We can have Tom Nook's name move down a little bit. Tom Nook's name. I'm putting way too much effort into this. No one's gonna see this. But it's okay. Because when do I get to do 2D UI animations? Like never. And I think our wave thing is broken. It is. How could you wave? Wave. Oh, this is here. And somewhere here, you can probably just end. And then... Wow. It looks okay enough. We'll take this guy and the caller ID and everything, and I think we'll move these faster. And the Tom Nook name looks pretty ugly. We're gonna move that. Where is it? Caller ID. By doing the same thing. Give me that. Wow. Incredible. Then we're gonna take everything. 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 And then move all that out. And maybe make the green film thing faster too. Good enough. Because this is, we're gonna see it from like this far. And if it looks too ugly, we'll finagle it later. Okay. So we have caller ID, Tom Nook's calling the phone, and then she hits the thing, boop, and it's Tom Nook, and he's talking, and then Tom Nook's talking, and then he's squawking. And then, now we just need to export it. Save this again. Go back to Prism. Go to here. Go to make a new thing, call this phone. And we can add a new thing for it. We can go into File and Render Manager and remove this guy. Yes, please. And put this guy in and give it a folder name. Cool. And then that's pretty much it. We hit the go button. And that's going to render an image sequence. And then we're going to go into Unraisin and add a new thing for media. And here, we're going to go into here. We're going to refresh this and copy this location. We're going to add an image sequence source and call this Isabel phone. And inside of here, we're just going to add the image sequence. And then now, with Isabel's phone, we need to swap it so that we can put the thing on the screen. Sorry, I also have to stretch. And yeah, we have to put a thing on her phone so that we can hook into a texture for the phone and swap whatever's on it. So we're going to jump into the blueprint for her cellular device. It looks a little something like this. And we have a material somewhere. Where did I put it? Functions? Media? Yeah. And we need to make a new material for this. Materials. And we need to go into here. We need to right click this and hit MI Isabel phone. And we're gonna paste this guy into here so that we just stay nice and organized. We're gonna jump back into Yonder and we're gonna add this material to her phone. And that is gonna give us a white thing, which will then let us inside of here do the neato thing of going to media, adding her the file, the footage that we just created into the sequencer. onto the phone. And if we right click on this and go to properties and go to media texture and look for the media texture, then there you go. It's on the phone. There's like a million steps to this. I'm sorry, but that's it. We now have footage on her phone. I also wanted the glow. Can I do that? If I go into brightness and turn this to 1, to 5, 2.2. Looks like that now. So it goes. Cool. Now we can go into here and we can do the same thing, which is adding her thing in, finding the part in the footage where she hit the button. Come on, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Unless I do have to do this again. I do. Oops. I'm a dummy. Right there. You can cut it here and then push that over to here. And then move this to here. Cool. Oh, it's orange. Wow. I haven't seen you in forever. It's going well. We're just making some phones be phones. And I should be able to just leave it as is, I think. But it's looking alright. Twist. Alright, and now that we have footage on the phone, we can give everything lighting. Lights. No, wait, what is this? Get out of here. Okay, I think I want to also move this camera a little bit. You've been lurking. Life gets busy. It sure does. I hope you've been doing alright. I hope it hasn't been too stressful. I need a folder. Lights. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to hear that you've still been around. What am I doing? I need a level sequence. Level sequence. And call this 0140 underscore 020. We're gonna put this guy into here, and what kind of lighting situation does this shot need? Maybe I know I want this to have a rectangle light to be this way. And I'm also going to turn off the foliage for a hot minute because it is quite expensive. I'm going to put that like that, move that to be super tiny. Put that like that. And then make that 1. Wow! I really did it, guys! I put a light on the phone. Aren't you proud of me? I feel like a superstar. Yeah, like kind of like that. And I want this to give me a little bit of this. Give me a little bit of this. Give me a little bit of this. Oh no, give me a little bit of this. Give me a little bit of this. Yeah. We did it, guys. We did work. And then the drum part. Oh, wait a minute. I need this to attach to the phone. Shoot. Get rid of that. That's really annoying. Sorry, so fun problem. We have this light here that actually needs to be attached to the phone. I have to put it on it so that when she moves around, then it, you know, the light moves with the light source moves with the phone. But I put that into a track for it, or its own little sequence track. And you can't attach things to scenes that are inside of other sequences because Unreal doesn't like that. So instead I have to go out and here and go in here and look for the phone and attach to the phone. And it turns out that it also just breaks. Phone! We're almost there, guys. Don't worry. And now we have a light source that attaches to the phone. Alright. That only took too long. So in the meantime, I can reuse this. Thank you. Is this still going? Okay, there's one big loud part, then it's done. Thank you, Gravity Days. You truly are quite the wonder. Anywho, so we're back to lighting the scene. And that looks pretty okay. There's another light in the scene. This good old point light, which doesn't really do too much for us. That doesn't even matter. I think I might change the weather. Oh, that's true. This also has exposure on. You don't want that. We also want some posts. Give me a post process volume. That will let me have manual exposure of like 5, 10, 50. Get back to 5. So you also have to go to the bound area here and make sure that infinite extended bounds is on, or else it'll only show you if your camera's inside this box. So we don't want that. But I do want it to be a little brighter, maybe like 6. Oh, my chips broke. Okay, maybe not 6, maybe like 4. posts. We're getting this weird shadowing on her face. And also this weird disappearing of Isabel if we turn the camera differently. How do we get rid of that? Well, it's very dumb and I hate doing it, but I always have to do it. You have to go into her blueprint, then go into her geometry, then type in bound, and then turn on like one of these ones, and then that usually fixes it. Not that one. Oh wait, no, I have to compile it, don't I? That also doesn't do it. Give me maybe... maybe this one, maybe? That's annoying. Maybe use attached parent bound. That doesn't fix it either. Oh no. There was down somewhere, but I don't remember where. That's frustrating. If not, then we can just max out this bound scale size. That'll also do it, but then that makes focusing in on her annoying. Because then Unreal sees her as being a larger model than what she truly is. But also, wow, it's fun of working in Unraisin. I also would like the phone screen to be kind of reflective. Can I do that? We can't actually even see it. Doesn't really matter. Because their screen is just too clear. That's fine. How much longer is stream? I don't know. Another 2 hours? Maybe. How else do I want to make this look? We have the sky. And the sky, I guess we also don't need clouds. Do we? Not really, it's just like a hazy day. No clouds. And then give me more fog again. Give me like maybe a brighter time frame. Okay, maybe not that bright. Maybe 600. Yeah, the difference between these two is pretty much negligible. Take care, mentor. I hope you had a great time and a great night. Give me... What else do I want to do? Actually, yeah, we can keep that on. We don't want an exposure, but I want volumetric fog. Maybe bring the fog up to like 0.5, 0.2. And then where is the rest of our foliage? And then the phone doesn't ever change here, but we want this guy. We can use this one here. We want this guy here. We want to rename this to 30. Oh. We want to get a rectangular light and put that somewhere here. We want to put this guy, get rid of this, and put this guy down to here. We want to turn this guy like this. We want this guy like that. Give him a little bit of this. Give him a little bit of this. Give him a little bit of this. And a little bit of this. And then a little bit of this. And then maybe also do a little bit of this. And then we also want this to be also want this to look like it's also green as well. Just a smidge. Does radio have anything? Not really. And this chip bag also looks broken. Let's fix chip bag by going into here and changing the, or is it index parameter? Cool. We don't want any of the opacity on this because it's just a chip bag, and this particular model can be multiple bags of a thing. It's a chip bag, it's a cookie bag, it's a cookie chip bag, and it all depends on the material as well as the opacity map that you have on it. But this one seems to be broken. There you go. We don't need that anymore, or that anymore, or this anymore. And we want to take this guy and make it a little nicer. We want I want a second rectangular light that's like here, so that we kind of, you know, make the shadows look a little nicer from this to this. We want this to be a little warmer. I also want it to be a little higher up to get rid of that harsh shadow that's right here, so that we get to see more of her face. We love Isabel's face. Like that. Maybe this point. What do we want to do with this? Chilling on something? Nah, we don't really see the lantern much. I just need to imply that it has a light source is there. But this is kind of bright, so we're gonna tone this down. And maybe this point light too, we can bring that down. So that's soft. Like this shot, for example, is very dark. We could probably actually add a... Oh, nope, I don't want to run to this yet. We're not ready yet. We want this guy and this guy. To get a light source. this guy and this guy. I want this guy to be more over here. But not that bright. Just bright enough to not be too dark. That looks weird. What if instead... Oh, we don't need this one either. What if instead of over here, it was over here? What was that? There's a black frame here, which I think is from this being kind of lame. What is going on here? Okay. Her ears to be flopping around. I was gonna try to animate her ears so that they don't flop through the floor, but that ended up being way too much of a hassle. Give me a spotlight. Wow! I love this application. Application. Alright, we're gonna give that one more whirl. Wow, Missy, I'm glad you're liking the vibes. Unfortunately, our dear sweet application has crashed. But take care, SL Adams. I hope you had a great time and a great rest of your day. I was questioning for the video you make. I don't understand why this is all the Friday in live stream video or in this. Why this is all the Friday in live video. Hold on. Sorry, I thought I got what you said, but I might be misconstruing. What we're doing today is we're making a video that is going to be released sometime in the future. Every Friday I live stream, working on just a little bit, which is what we're doing today. So like all this is for a new video, or it's for a new video, but the new video is everything you've seen before plus a little bit more. Oh, none of that saved. Dang. These did though. That's fine. You can put these in, and this has the lighting information in it. We got this guy, which can do this. That's pretty cool. We can take. Ooh, that's what didn't save. So if we go into the phone, we can actually go back into the media. We need to make a new media. Image sequence. Phone. So we're gonna have to re-import that, but that should be fine. This should still save, yeah. And then we can take this guy, and with this highlighted, we can go into the properties for this and just kind of paste that in, and that should rehook that up. Sweet, sweet. And all this as well, we can just put that there, and that should also do that too. Great, and everything else should be fine. Ooh, this one needs our new lights, so we can... Oh, these ones didn't save. That's unfortunate. That's okay. Do you lose your recent progress? Not all of it. A good chunk of it, but yeah, it's not that serious. How long will the video be? Over an hour. It's a movie. It's a movie. It's a movie. Even though I feel like me live streaming kind of like hurts it in a way because now we're already like you're seeing it every Friday, or like you're always being reminded of it every Friday, and like when it comes out, it'll just be it. But it'll be cool. It'll be fun. It'll be delicious. All right. What did I do before? So I took this lamp, this spotlight, and I made it softer, way softer. I also made it a bit brighter, I think, by making 0.1. It actually looks fine as it is. We also need to add this light to this phone here. We can paste that here, as we don't need any of this stuff. We don't need to attach it anymore. We can take this phone position and put it on. Actually, also take the phone's rotation as well and paste that there. Put that like that. And then raise this up so that's not on the ground. And then we want this to also be kind of green. And then that's kind of it for that. Ooh, this has keyframe information on it, doesn't it? Like a transform. Wow, thank you, Unreal. You're so useful with your automatic keyframing. Give me this again. Copy and pasta. I also need to turn off this so that it runs faster. Put that there, put that there. And what's that? We're gonna save that. Save it again. So most of it still be a surprise. I hope. And like, I'm not the most worried because seeing new stuff in this kind of context also isn't like the most entertaining. Like it'll most of these scenes will like feel a lot more different or feel, you know, finished when you actually see the final image of it, when it's lit and rendered and sound designed, musicality accompanied, and then the whole sequence of it all. But in this work in progress state of it, it's a time. I also gotta fix these by swapping this to 1 and swapping this guy to 2. We can save you. Isabel's still broken like that. Yeah, she does. Pound. This would just be the component use fixed bone scale, or fixed scale bone, but it doesn't work. Oh right, and the scene was darker. Our sky was darker by going into, not here, turning this off, turning our fog up to 5 and using a volumetric fog, and touching nothing else. We also added a post-processing volume, which gets added like that. This puts that there. We can make this bound infinitely, or this bound scale of it be infinite. And we go into here to change the scene's overall exposure level so that we can make it brighter or darker. I think I added like 2 or so. Did I have it at 2? See, I'm never super upset about having to redo work. It's the frustrating part of it is having to remember little details that I forgot, that I just kind of stumbled upon. It's like, that's annoying. But it's also not that serious. I think I will add that other spot. Why is there a transform keyframe? Why are you here? Okay, you can just stay there. That's fine. Okay. We're gonna take this guy. We're gonna also, yeah, I wanted to actually take this light, put you in here, make you brighter, make you even brighter. Now, what is that shadow? There's like a really weird shadow that's like going across her face. And I don't know why this happens, because it happened in another sequence, and like it's not furniture, because that's still there. It's not something to do with this light source. It really does make me feel like boss music, you know? Yeah. Oh well. We're gonna add a rectangle lights. There is it. This guy, rectangle lights. All right, we got a little further this time. It's like playing Dark Souls, but all your controls is just Unreal Engine. We're getting there though, guys. I swear. I swear. It's in here, in here, in here. In here, in here. And then... And this is weird because the shadow for it should also include her head more, but it doesn't. It's one of the wonderful, fun quirks of working in Unreal Engine. What about if we go into here, and bring this up? Okay, so you definitely know to put a shadow there, but you just don't. Okay. Very, very cool. I'm gonna put this guy at 0.1. We're gonna put this guy... We're gonna make your shadows even softer. And we're gonna make this guy even brighter. We're gonna make everything look even nicer. We're gonna add another level sequence. We're gonna name this the shot name or number 0031. We're gonna drag it into our thing here and put that there, and then we're gonna double click on it, actually jump out of it twice so that we can go into here, and we can go back into here, and then copy this light, because this light is the light that's on her phone. And then we're gonna paste it into here because we need it over here. Except when we paste lights in Unreal Engine, it doesn't take most of the light properties with it. It just pastes the object itself and like maybe the size. Unless you add a bunch of keyframes. And it really does make you feel as anxious as this music. Because for some hot reason, it wants to keep adding transform keyframes. We don't want that. We want you to be cool. We want you to be... We want you to be neat. Like all the other cool lights in the sequence. And then that is going to then drop to here, where we'll put that in there like that and make that a little wider. Move that over there, make that a little taller. Move that down around to there. Just like that. And then that is good enough. Any more villains with the series? No, the series is over. This is just the movie. We're not adding. We're not remaking the story. And then what else? What else is a problem? Like, why is this a problem? Like, nothing about this scene screams, wow, this is really broken. Then, like, you get to this shot, and like, and just shadows just stop working. Why? I should say that again, actually. Yeah, shadows just stop working. Very strange. We're gonna take this, we're gonna copy and paste it. We're gonna do a shot is 40, I think. We're gonna put 40 inside of here, and we're going to put that like that. We're gonna bring our playhead to somewhere else, like here, I guess. Jump into here and make this just as long. And then we're going to scale this out so that it's the length of the shot, and maybe a little bit before, just in case. Inside of this, we want to add the light for her phone and just move where that is. We also want to add a light for her head so that actually casts a proper shadow. Because right now it's just not, and it's making me cry. So we're going to put this over here like that, and put this over here like that. And it's just not adding a shadow. I love this program. Oops, not that. I want that. Like, what is happening here? What am I supposed to do about this? Her head is not casting a shadow. Strange. Very strange. Unless I need to move this. Yeah, I don't know why. Ooh, give me... Actually, never mind. Her head is a vampire. Pretty much. And this also has exposure settings that I need to change. We don't want those on. All my post-process volumes also disappeared again during the crash. We have to set those up again. Okay. Do we want... Give me this. Give me this. Give me... Give me... Nothing else. Make a new folder. All these posts. And add a new post-processing volume for a third time. We're also going to... thank you, Steam. We're also going to do this. I'm going to scratch my eye. Thank you, James. I appreciate you sharing the stream. We're going to put this into the posts folder. We're going to change all of these again to be like 3 or so. We're going to go to the bounds and we're going to get that going. We're going to check back on these other shots to see how they're doing. Fog is kind of a lot, so we're going to go back into our, where is it? Sky setting and bring down our fog. Where is it? Where'd you go? Dust and dust intensity. 1, 0, 0.5, 0.5. And then maybe bring our exposure back up again. Like 5, 3. Actually, maybe 2. Maybe 3. And then we want to adjust all of our lights again so that they're all a bit brighter. Like going in here, into here. Changing this sky from a 1 to maybe 5. Changing our rectangular light here from 0.01 to maybe 0.05. Now we're getting this weird shadow on her face. Thank you, Unreal. You really know how to keep a party going. Oh, is that something to do with the foliage? That's weird. That's really weird. Okay, well, then that means I don't have to be too concerned about it. And then we're gonna save this. We're gonna jump out of here and go to this next shot. All of this is broken. We want this to be even brighter, to be like 0.1 to 0.05. I also want a spotlight, I think, or a rectangular light to be on our boy here, just to help with the brightness factor of it. We can make this 0.1. Actually, maybe put you over here instead. Or over here. And maybe that's a little not as bright. We want this to be a warm light because it's kind of coming from a torch or a lantern. Probably also make this just a little. That looks, to be honest, not the greatest, but that's fine. Now we just need to figure out why this shadow isn't working. It's not because of the foliage stuff. That's for sure. Is it any of the furniture items adding a weird thing? Any of these buildings? What about this guy or... Like, you certainly can put a shadow down. There's something that's not letting you. But, maybe the compilation of everything we've seen so far, and roughly 7 extra minutes of new animation. Yeah. New content, baby. Except the new content is bugging out when I try to make it. I don't really know where to... what I can do to troubleshoot this. It's just broken. And like, that's weird. There's something in the scene that, like, once it crosses this threshold, it just breaks. And that happens over here, but not. It happens here, specifically here, and a little bit here, and not here, but wildly here. Could have something to do with your bound scale, Isabel? Bound. I don't think so. Maybe if I do that. That looks better. Wow. Shadows. Sorry guys, it's just Unreal being dumb. Switch to there from Blender. Alright, future plays. You don't want to switch from Blender to Unreal. You're not looking at it. That's not the way you want to view it. You can look at an Unreal as like a as a rendering environment, more so than like a 3D application, or like a digital artwork creation space, kind of. Like, you can't model in Unreal. Like, well, you can, but it's nowhere near as good as modeling in Blender, or animate in Unreal. You can in theory, but you're better off animating in Blender. You can do texturing inside of here, relatively decently, and material shader creation works the same way here as it does in Blender, but you can't use one without the other, is essentially. Like, Unreal is great for building scenes and shots together based off of pre-made stuff. It's not good at creating things from scratch, so oh, never mind that. Unreal's really cool, but it's also really complicated. And if you're comfortable in Blender, like if you're getting the results that you like in Blender already in Blender, then there isn't really much need to build a bridge over. I did it for workflow reasons and speed reasons. Like, I wanted to make the last episode as big as I could make it, and I knew Blender wasn't going to be capable of handling whatever I needed to do. So I moved over to here to kind of pick up the slack for lack of the better phrasing. And it's a challenge. This program is such a beast to learn, but once you get over its humps, you can do a lot of really cool things in it. A lot of really cool things that you can't do in Blender, and a lot of things that it can do way faster than Blender, but there's also a monstrously amount of things that Blender can just do way better, way more efficiently. If you're needing to learn Unreal Engine, and I was looking into where to start as a 3D artist. In that case, what is the best thing to do? The best way to learn Unreal? I guess it really depends on what you need to do in it, because both programs can there's a whole array of stuff that either program can do, and a whole array of things that require or that can eat your entire life learning. Like Unreal is really complicated, Blender is really complicated, but only if you need to do very specific things in it. Oh gosh, actually no, sorry, I don't know where I'm going with that thought. Basically what I'm saying is, if you're planning to make games in it, then, I don't know, look up trying to make simple game experiments in it, like, I don't know, getting familiar with blueprints and how data flow works in it, as well as working with the scene and the editor and building things. If you're using it for like non-linear animation stuff, then like getting a good grasp on like how to bring animation and stuff over into it, figuring out the sequencer, and working with cameras and lights and all that stuff, and maybe a little bit of level design and their level making tools. You can literally deep dive into any singular aspect of Unreal and go on for days. But it's a good time. I'll say more about it, but there's an ad coming up literally right now, so one sec. What does rendering do? Rendering is pretty much the act of taking your image and exporting it from your application. That exporting process is it's technically computationally complex. It's running a bunch of math and nonsense to generate your final pixels, but you could also look at it as it, at least in the case of Unreal here, just taking snapshots of every single frame and pumping that out to a folder. With other types of rendering engines, it's computing all your lights and all the reflections, all the shadows, all your caustics, and doing all the calculations to figure out what the end image will look like, and doing that every single frame for however many frames that you have to render. Which is also why I like using Unreal, because it functions on a WYSIWYG type of workflow. So what you see in the viewport is pretty much what the final image is going to look like. Give or take some other nonsense, like having to scale your screen space to some arbitrary value to see how certain effects on the screen scale to different resolutions and stuff. But yeah, what you see here is pretty much the final looking frame. And when it comes to rendering, it's just taking a really high quality screenshot of it essentially, and then yeah, pumping that into a folder. There's better ways of explaining rendering, I know, but that's usually just how I describe it to myself. I don't know. Okay. But then you get weird problems like this, where the engine's kind of doing its own thing, and you just kind of have to stomach it. I do for the shots? I know I like the idea of fog, but I also don't want to have to like blast this to 50 and then turn on volumetric fogs that I can also turn on casting shadows or oh no, you need shadows. Casting shadows. Casting shadows. Never mind. That's a lost cause. Yeah, it's a good time. It's Unreal animating / rendering in real time, because that's completely overshoots even Eevee and Blender. It is. Eevee and Unreal are the same type of thing. It's just a real time rendering engine. Eevee is more or less like a game engine. Or at least it takes all the various rendering techniques that game engines use to render stuff as fast as possible. So it takes a lot of shortcuts and isn't physically accurate. Unreal is the same. It's just trying to render your image as beautifully, as fast as possible, taking as many shortcuts as it needs. But where the two differ is Eevee came out 2-3 years ago. Unreal's been around for the last, like, I don't know, 15 years. So it's had a bit of a head start in terms of how good it can be with what it does. But they're both pretty much the same. You can make some amazing looking stuff in Eevee. I was going to render the series in Eevee actually, but I couldn't because of a very specific limitation that it had, which made it so that I couldn't animate their faces. I had to incorporate all the face textures for them so that I can animate their faces, but having to compile a shader that includes 40 textures per character wasn't something it could handle, so I couldn't because of limitations. But over in Unreal, I can do that, but I didn't know Unreal when I first started the series, and I don't think I would have used it anyways, because my god, this program hurts so much to use. Gimme, I guess this one. Oh, 50. Put this here, put that in there, and then do this, and then we just tune up all these lights. But it's a good time. It's a great time. We love Unreal. At least when it works. When it doesn't, it's very upsetting. And sometimes it just likes to throw in wrenches into the machine just for fun. Like everything will be going great, and then all of a sudden, oops. Here's a production breaking error that no one on the internet knows how to fix. I luckily know enough Blender that when I reach a problem like that, I can just come up with a solution. But for Unreal, it's like, oh wow, is your sequence rendering black? Oh well. And it's so complicated of a program, so that troubleshooting it is like almost impossible. But eventually you click a button that works, and then you're in the money. The animation looks like so far. The whole animation or the sequence? I could show you the sequence, but not the whole animation, because it's a bit of a long boy. But this so far looks. Actually, let me save it so that it doesn't crash. She hits the thing, and it just boop, and then we gotta brighten her face. And this also needs brightening. It's not bad. Yes, before, but would you ever make a video about previous Animal Crossing games? I don't think so. I think I've lost my mind trying to both meet or match, and in some cases, exceed the New Horizons video game aesthetic. So to do videos that take place in other Animal Crossing games also has to come with a caveat of making it look like it's in the game. And I don't really want to go back in terms of visual fidelity. But if I were to, I probably would just do it in the guise of like old Animal Crossing gameplay mechanics in the graphical fidelity of New Horizon. Because like nobody really wants to see the old villagers ever again. They don't have legs or arms much. And it was actually really funny when New Leaf came out. I was originally kind of upset with the redesign of the characters because I'm like, I really like the stumpy looking short characters. They're so cute and wacky. How could you do that, Nintendo? How could you do that to me, Densle, your biggest fan? And then eventually I got the game and played it for like more than 5 minutes. And I'm like, actually, this was a way smarter decision than keeping them as is. So, I thought that was pretty funny. Actually, I want this maybe over here. I don't want that attenuation. I want this to be nice and soft. Something like that. We don't want her. Shoot. Actually, no, we might be able to keep it. So we don't want her being too dark. We just want it to be dark enough to imply that, yeah, she's in the shadows, lurking like a Batman, but not dark enough to actually lose detail in her face. I never played New Leaf and New Horizons. Nice. You pretty much played the... Oh, okay, no. This is heavily my opinion, but you pretty much played the best one and then the next one. I got into the series with Wild World on the DS. I loved it. I loved it to death. I played that game every day of my young life. I would come home after a long day of school and I'd go, it's crossing time. And it's pretty good. And then over the years I played the others. I tried to play the GameCube one, like the N64 GameCube Animal Forest original game, but that was way too late. And I'm like, oh no. A fixed camera. I can't play this anymore. Bit of population growing in Wild World? That's fair. How ridiculous would an AC game with AI generated dialogue be? I think that'd be pretty cool. At least in theory, I think it'd be pretty cool. because then you could actually give every player a unique dialogue and gaming experience. And you don't have to worry about writing hundreds of thousands of lines of dialogue, but there's a lot of room for funny, problematic scenarios happening. And it's all pixelated and I can't read what anyone's saying. That's fair. The DS tried its hardest trying to make a good looking screen, but it's 2 a.m. not p.m. I don't know, there's also a 2 a.m. track somewhere here. Yeah. And oh well. Where was I going? I could play Animal Crossing Wild World on the Wii. Wait, no, City Folk was the Wii one. And that one I think is touted as the worst Animal Crossing. But I played it, I thought it was pretty okay. I really like the city aspect of it, I thought that was cool. Take a bus and go watch a movie. Bring that back. What previous games they'd call it the game? Animal Crossing Animals. City Folk's the first one you played. That's fair. Like it's one of the worst received Animal Crossings, but it's fine. It still feels like an Animal Crossing game. In fact, I have a funny story where the brief time that I played it, I sent a love letter to Bill, the duck. I'm like, wow, you're the cutest duck I've ever seen. And I just want to let you know, because I'm the biggest fan. And then like a day later, I go to talk to him. He's like, yo, did you send me this letter? And he shows me the letter. And I'm like, yeah, I did. He's like, I thought this was so funny. I thought this was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. I showed it to everybody and we all laughed hard at it. And I'm like, what? Why would you do that, Bill? He's just like, yeah, that's right. You love letter writing, baby. And ever since then, I've never looked at them the same way again. DenSeedle had a story in January about her childhood and friendship with Tom Nook. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, I think Sable's the one that sits at the desk, right? That does the thing. Yeah, she doesn't have a lot of dialogue in Horizons. Like, it was always like a thing where you could like talk to her every day for a while, and then she'd warm up to you, and then you guys would have conversations. She'd give you gifts and all this stuff. I don't think any of that's in Horizons. I tried doing it for a while, and eventually I kept getting into a loop where she just was like, "Oh hey, thanks for coming by. You're pretty cool." But like nothing ever more. Do I like playing Animal Crossing? I did. The making of these videos has completely taken over the free time that I used to play the games, but during my time with them, they were really fun. I played Horizons for like most of the year it came out. And even though I have my gripes with it, it is still the nicest feeling and looking Animal Crossing. Where is this? What is this light doing? You can be even less bright, actually. Also, we have her arm phasing through her shirt or her elbow. And I kind of want to fix it, but I also kind of don't. No, I can't. Excuse me. Be explosive and secrets. That's facts. I was gonna be his best friend, and then he turned behind. He went behind my back and showed everybody that personal letter. For the creative side of the game, that is fair, Natalie. The rooms people make, and the towns people create in Horizons is wild. It's so intimidating because a lot of the time I have to also recreate that for these videos, and I'm like, I don't have the same tools to make rivers like you do. You make it look so easy. But it's a good time. Oh, actually, can I make this one brighter? This one. Let me bring that in here and make this one not that bright. I'm just gonna turn up my foliage. It's so weird. Why is foliage being off causing shadow problems? And why does clicking around break my camera like this? Blender would never do this to me. Oh well, I think this looks okay enough. I think I'll render it and hope that it doesn't fry my machine. I'm also gonna save this and close this because I don't think we need this anymore. And we can close this, and we can open this up, add a lighting tab, and copy that. Put this like that, add this here, get rid of all this stuff, and then hit accept, move that over to here. Everything is saved. Okay, we're gonna hit render. Am I a gamer? Nah. I hate video games, actually. I think they're not a true form of art. No. Oh, never mind. I think everybody who plays video games is wasting their days. He says as he works in a game engine, trying to make an hour-long movie set in a video game. Games are cool. I think they're my favorite form of media, even though I don't play enough of them anymore. Actually, that's not true. Movies are also pretty up there. It's a tie between games and movies. I'm working on mine. You have a fabulous looking tropical entrance. Nice. I'm stuck on what else to do with it. That's facts. I tried doing the same. I'm terrible at design, just design and layout and making things look beautiful. I could never make a nice looking Sims house even if you held a gun to my head. My island, I made a neighborhood for my villagers, and I'm like, cool, and I'm gonna make a shopping district and a little campsite and make a nice entrance thing for the museum. I got 20% into making the big grand village design, and then lost all motivation and all interest because I'm like, I have to grind to get the furniture that I want to place down to look nice over here. I have to spend 18 hours shoveling rivers, and I just gave up. It's never gonna get reset. Mine neither. I love my family over there. If there was a New Horizons movie, I mean, pretty much what this movie is. Send it to all your friends. When they ask for the Animal Crossing movie, send them this instead. Then why do you animate them? I don't know. Out of spite. You try mini motorways? Nah, that game looks lame. I hate things that are mini or include motorways. It's actually a really nice image. I like how that looked. Okay. Designing my tropical entrance and completely spontaneous. Was complete and spontaneous. Nice. Because you were super sick. I went with no plan. That's really how you gotta do it. You just gotta do it. It's an AC game that does the opposite of each happy home designer. When that fully embraces... Wait, when that doesn't involve making a whole like outdoor environment? Because I think New Horizons went it went the right direction in terms of like character customization. But I think it favored trying to make all those systems over like filling the game with other content. Like all the design tools and stuff are great. They're amazing. Like being able to make rivers and cliffs, like that's so cool. But then, oops, you have to do it one shovel block at a time, and you can't put bridges over top of cliffs openings, and it takes a day to move a house because we're quirky like that. But you're right. The motorways are pretty whack. They literally include these things called roundabouts. Roundabouts? We love roundabouts though. Regular highways and motorways, those can go. But if we replaced all highways with roundabouts, I think that'd be pretty cool. More on interacting with the villagers and hanging out. Yeah, that'd be nice. Like I'd love if there was more to do with my villagers than just talk to them. In previous games, you could like play hide and seek, and you can do errands for them. That's actually the only two examples I can remember. But you could do more with your villagers than you could in this, and that is quite a shame. This needs to go all the way in here. Bam, bam. Bam. Bam, where am I going? Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Let me take this and we put our LUT to RGB, and I have to go back into Unreal and turn off my use CPU while in the background button so that Resolve can run. See, like there's also this that we gotta worry about, which is like her ears are already flopping before they can even get into like the rest position. How do we address that? We have to go back into here and go into this shot, go into Isabel's animation. It's already doing it. Oh no. Ooh, that means actually for this shot specifically, we need to add some anti-aliasing, but we don't want to actually add any real anti-aliasing. I just want to add some warm-up frames so that we can give the engine like 50 frames to do what it needs to do. Let our ears flop about and hope that that does it. Oh, you're not doing it. Stop. Stop it, Ron. Maybe if we turn this on and bring this to 1 and 1, turn that off and turn this on, and then give it another whirl. Nice. Just based on his voice, I can't see him as a gamer. Oh no. Then that's fair. But also subscribe to my Twitch. Who knows, we might even do gaming live streams over there. Bum, bum. Cookie. I miss goofy music track Clinacy. Right? Like that friggin' oboe that's like that playing at 5 a.m. telling you to go to bed. Irreplaceable. Alright, so we're dealing with the fun problem of Isabel's ears. Isabel's ears are flopping right out of the gate, and we don't want them to flop. But they're doing so because of a fun quirk that Unreal has, which is it just goes. So I'd have to like that looks okay. Also, sorry to anybody who has an ad right now. If you're watching an ad, you can't hear me apologize, but I'm sorry. They should just be lying down, yes. But I didn't rig them in a way that lets me pose them. Well, yeah, they are rigged to be posable, but not to lay flat on a surface like this or in this kind of orientation. I usually try to animate them, just animate them by hand so that it was flat, so that we had... No, it's not, we don't got it there. So that I was flat, but that ended up bringing too much strife with counter animation. So I'm like, okay, it's fine. We'll just let it phase to the ground as it does, and let physics do its thing. But now physics wants to have her ears start up here rather than here. And how we can fix that is by adding temporal samples. We love temporal samples, but temporal samples will inflate our render times because it has to process subframes in between regular frames to get movement information. And every subframe ticks the engine, and every tick lets the ears rest a little more. But yeah, why are you making a JPEG image? Get out of here. But also, this doesn't seem to be doing it. Give me like 50. And then render the frames. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, this isn't... rendering the warm-up frames. Why? Because of this. Get rid of this. And then try it again. So does animations get imported into TV5? I've never done any animation. Oh, garbage. Never done any animation or rendering from within Yoooo before. Only use it for games. Yeah, the same way that you import animation for game characters and stuff is the same way you do for character animations. You just build everything in a level sequence. And then when you're ready, you can render it with the movie render queue. So a good portion of like game design philosophies and workflows and tech all apply to stuff like that, or to content like this made in the engine. So yeah, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. But we animate everything inside of Blender first, because you won't catch me dead or alive animating in this program. I love temporal samples. I love temporal samples. I'm temporal sampling right now. Ew. You don't even know what that means. It means every single frame of your motion is being subcalculated. Yeah, it's weird. I want to add samples, or I guess try running it with some samples. But if you're not taking into account my warm-up frames, give me the. So we're gonna remove that, and we're going to. Ooh, actually, come back, Prism. Go into here. How big was this? What's the sequence? Big biscuit. It was 146 megabytes. All right, give me a new export. From here and here, and get rid of this. Get rid of that. Give you some aliasing. Give you some warm-up frames. Give me some engine frames, and give me a bunch of temporal samples, baby. Hopefully her face doesn't look weird. Warm-up frames. All right, now her ears can do all this stuff. Even though I'm pretty sure once it gets to 50, it'll reset it anyways. It didn't. Oh my god. Thank you, Unreal. But this is going to take a little longer because adding temporal samples it gives Unreal more work to do. For every frame that it goes, it has to look at 16 subframes and then averages out the results and then gives you your final image. It's great for, I don't know, cleaning up your renders so that motion blurs look smoother and lights don't flicker, and if you need warm-up frames, but sometimes you also just don't. Oh, and her hand's weird here. Look at that. It's all gross and squishy. But that means that I get you guys for, I don't know, 5 minutes. How's everybody doing? Insta Live. I think TikTok Live has them. Wow. Me streaming on TikTok? That'd be funny. How does Isabel look depressed right now? I mean, where she is in the story here is her trying to have a moment to herself, and she can't because she's interrupted by Nook calling her. So she's been going through a lot in this movie. Ignore my temporal comment. It was only supposed to be there temporally. Who let you here? Alright. I see, I didn't know you could also animate in Unreal. I don't want to try that though. You definitely can, Jared. Jared. Sorry. You definitely can. It has a lot of really cool systems. Like Control Rig, for example, is like a procedural rig, auto rigging, not really auto rigging, but a procedural rig generating system. That's all node based. And it's wild because you can just set it up, and then it has some other cool tools that let you like bake animation to your control rigs and let you edit animations with control rigs and stuff. So if you have that set up in the engine and you need to edit animations later on, then you can do so easier here than having to circle back to your other program and then re-export it, import it, and so on. But animating itself in here is very, very not fun. At least coming from a guy that's really used to animating in Blender. Unreal tries to be like Maya with its animation tools, and I just generally don't like animating in Maya, despite it being the industry standard free animation tool. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. I'm just very biased and very negative towards its tools, but they're very cool. Turn off your phone if you're off the clock. I mean, she is, but Nook needs her. You just entered your shift at Kmart? Ew, you work at Kmart. You're right, I apologize. After the SD movie is done, will you make an Among Us show? I tried making Among Us content in the past before. I wanted to make like a remix or something. And I went in, recorded all the footage, and made a little song and everything. And but halfway through it, I'm like, this isn't it. I'm doing this for clout. My heart's not in it. Maybe if I can squeeze it in somehow in some future narrative. My heart's not in this. I'm doing this for the money. Without choosing to work on this shot would be quick. Ugh, that's every shot. That is every shot or every sequence. Like as soon as I opened it and was like, oh shoot, I have to animate the thing on her phone, I'm like, we're never gonna end it. But now we have an exported render of that one shot with ears that should hopefully be not as floppy. Not as floppy. Well, okay, they do this weird initial jiggle. I don't know. I guess now it's a toss-up between do I want little jiggle or do I want big flop? And that's the dilemma every time. Oh no, I know a guy named Jared. So reading your name reminded me of him. Sorry, personal gag. Okay, well, I guess I'll take the little jiggle. I don't think anyone will notice. But then we get this other weird problem, which I can't seem to solve yet, even though I used to be able to in the past. But temporal sampling will also do this fudgery with stepped tangent-looking things. Her mouth will fade between different mouth shapes and it'll blend between different eye shapes, rather than it being you know, nice and snappy. And it's also nice and smoother. Like up here, we get with the temporal, with the anti-aliased one, we get smoother edges, which looks nicer, but we lose the snappiness of her mouth with it fading. I hate this program. There are very few Jareds in the world. Wow. That's fair. That's fun. That's good to know. Why gamers talk about jiggle physics in JRPGs? Yeah, it's a very cool system that requires too much effort to set up. But the payoff for it is pretty cool. It's pretty jiggly. It's the same. The mouse and eye shapes animation is between 2 frames. See, that's the exact solution, Daniel. That is literally the exact solution that's supposed to fix this problem, which is we go into her things here, we make sure that all of these keyframes only change on frames, which they're already set to. It used to not be a problem, but somehow, somewhere in this project, it just doesn't matter. It'll still change these. It'll still change her eye and mouth shapes during subframes. Like it'll ignore the fact that these keyframes are on whole frames and just still swap it on a subframe. We're looking into it, but that's supposed to be the solution for it. It's supposed to just be make sure that these are snapped onto frames, because that used to be the solution during the first or the last episode, part 2 or whatever. The same problem happened there, but just snapping the keyframes worked, or did the do. I could also go through the fun hassle of mixing 2 together, because since these are both 2 different things, I could like go into here and like grab the video and like just crop it, so we get cropped face, crap from the top, and then a little bit from the bottom. Maybe soften it.
Hey everybody.
For
those flying noodles.
No.
If you don't do well here, all you get to eat are noodles.
I don't want noodles. Oh, this song's long though. It just sounds like this the whole way through. And this song's from a game that doesn't exist anymore. Sorry about that. What is wrong with you, Shadow? Wait, who said that? I thought you were referring to the actual shadows in this thing, not the Shadow King. He's a cool guy. Though I don't necessarily ship characters with characters other than Isabel and KK Slider, but that's for narrative reasons. No, Daniel. Don't be quiet. All opinions matter. All opinions matter. And all suggestions are valid. Even if they don't work, they'll get the juices flowing. When did you first start animating and how did you learn? I first started animating all the way back in maybe elementary school. The earliest animated thing I've ever done is actually on YouTube, but I'm not going to tell you where. You're going to have to randomly find it on your own. But it was the most challenging thing I'd ever done at the time. I was using 3ds Max and I was animating this big character attacking a ship, and it looked awful. I was using 3ds Max, and that program still today confuses the heck out of me. But yeah, we've been animating for most of my life, but I only really got seriously into it during like mid-high school. I was doing Maple Story stuff, and I'm like, this is fun. I want to be an animator, but I also want to go into graphic design. What should I do? And then I asked a guy, some professional in some industry, and I'm like, should I be a graphics designer or should I be an animator? And he was like, Densle, don't. No, what did he say? He basically told me that graphic design is great and making pretty images is great, but over time, but eventually people like to see pretty images move. So go in animation. You can even do both. You can just do graphic design and make it move. And I'm like, you're right. Then I went to college. How to work with lighting in Unreal, as in how to make it look nice. I know about basic point lights and spotlights, emission materials, but I can't do lighting too well. So the thing about lighting in Unreal, and pretty much any application, is that a lot of them follow a lot of them follow how light actually operates and works in real life. So you have your brightnesses and your intensities and your fall offs and all that fun stuff. Like all that's great for just shaping shadows and light fall off. But in terms of actually like knowing where to place lights and how to work with lights and whatnot, it's a great resource is just studying how films do it. Like just how they light sets and actors and in movies and in TV shows and stuff like that, and seeing how the different light setups that they use, because all of that information is 80 to 90% applicable with working in 3D programs. Like the way that I'm lighting here in Unreal is the same way I would light in Blender. How you just like this scene is like there's a skylight to kind of do a global wash light. Then we have this light here in this lamp to kind of like be the key light. We have the phone here, which also has to have some light coming off of it, and that's pretty much it. You also have to keep in mind things like exposure and camera settings and stuff, and working with cinematography and all that fun nonsense, because how light comes into your lens also matters. The brightness and intensity of all that plays a role in kind of the cinematic look to things. And yeah, also studying photography. That'll help a whack ton. And eventually over time, you'll be able to see how light shapes things and how shadows get sculpted and how things blend and get separated from various planes of the background because of light and rim lights and shadows and everything else in between. Yeah, light is cool. At first it seems daunting because it's like, oh, lights, but every light is just a different type. They all have their purposes. And they're all pretty useful. I pretty much mostly use rectangular lights for most of my stuff because they're just very universal. You can either make them nice, big and soft, or small and hard and harsh. You usually use directional lights whenever you want to have a uniform sun direction, and everything else is just little things to make things nice. I don't know. Study photography. Study how they do lighting in for film and television, and also even other games as well, because everything is just cheating. What is this from? Set sail? No, this gets 5 stars. Yeah. Ooh, that means that we're finished this one for now. Which means that this sequence can be turned to beige it's time to edit. What time is it? It's 12. Ooh. This is where I'd call the stream. Or end the stream. So instead, you guys get me for another little bit. We're gonna go to the director's commentary room. And yeah. I'll hang around for another 20 minutes, and then I'll let all you guys go. But yeah. Ooh, actually, you guys wanna know more about lighting? I can give you a fun lighting lesson. Or do a lighting thing somewhere. Like all of this stuff is like not cheating per se, but like, excuse me, also me just trying to like make the scene look nice and appealing, making it easy to kind of like see what's going on here, but also given giving everybody importance and coolness to it. No, that doesn't make sense. Like this scene, for example, it's lit primarily from a light coming through the window, which is doing a lot of bounce light kind of to fill the room. There's also these ceiling lights, these fluorescent lights that are also kind of pouring some general white light down. But then that usually doesn't really do it too much. So right here, there's this little bounce light underneath Nook, which I just put a light on the ground, kind of poking up at him to kind of get that kind of area behind him. And same thing with Isabel as well. Like usually these kinds of like edge lights as well to kind of help separate her from the background, and these bits as well. You just add another light to just put it behind them and just bring the brightness of it down so that it accentuates their form a little more. Kinda. And then we just do that for pretty much everything. And it's like the same general like array of steps. Like, give me a new sequence actually. Like this scene. It's generally the same lighting condition for the room, but we've accentuated a light over top of her, as well as one off to the right here a little bit to imply that she's sitting by a window. And then the lights just kind of change around from shot to shot to kind of keep that feeling of warmth through the light. This shot doesn't make sense because the shadows on her face here, or the lighting on her face here, doesn't match what she looks like in the window there. Because there's just one light over here that's just blasting on the side of her head, and then like another light by the window here to kind of keep that going as well. And I think one other light that just shines on the back wall to keep it from looking dark, because she's just in a box with the desk and the phone at a weird angle to kind of not poke through the wall. So it's just lit in a way. So I just added lights in a way so that I could try to mimic this kind of interior lighting, but without everything in the interior that would originally influence the lighting condition. Things like Nook and Colton over here, it's just, I think, one directional light that is lighting the entire outside, and it's just bright enough to be the sun, and all that good jazz. Then there's stuff like actually, yeah, this scene. We have Isabel is far enough away so that the light from the house wouldn't actually touch her in the file. So we just added a spotlight off to the left to kind of just, add some warmth to her face. She's supposed to be in the shadows, so we also have to make sure that the other side of her is not lit. And then I also didn't want the background to look super duper dark, so we added just another light just in the background, just shining some light through the trees to do the tree things. And like all this stuff is kind of also the same. It's just like there's light over here, shining on the roof of the house so that it has a reflection of the moon, even though the moon is nowhere to be seen in the sky. We also got all the interior stuff. I think this was all lit from the fireplace over here, which we don't see. It's just one light source kind of blasting through, and I think there's another light in this lamp, but it doesn't really contribute too much. Everything else is just lit pretty much how I think light would work in a room like that. I'm like, oh wow, moonlight through the window, bounce light from the window, and then yeah, TV turns on, okay, blast light, TV, spooky, lighting, spooky, lights, pick up. I don't know. I was going somewhere with all this, but I don't really know where, but lights, they're a good time. Sometimes you just gotta do whatever and have a delicious array of deliciousness. So why is that chat just going? No, that should be the correct chat. Unless it's not. Hold on, guys. No, it is. Ah, weird. Okay. What was I doing? Talk about lighting. You need sleep. Sleep is a great thing to have. Use the particle effects with Niagara system. Ooh, wait. Wait, what thing are you referring to? If you're referring to these fireflies, yes. If you're referring to any other effect in this project, yes. We used the... I don't want to say the heck out of Niagara, because I didn't really use it to its fullest potential, because I don't understand it. But yeah, things like those fireflies and room dust, and oh yeah, the particles here were Niagara. Except the smoke, Unreal Engine 5 introduced volumetric fire and smoke, and I think water systems. But it has a bit of rendering limitations, so I only used it for this one shot. But the sparks are all that, and yeah, it's a good time. The moonlight through the window, it's creating a smash logo on the floor. Does it? I mean, or should I say, that was totally intentional. It is. That was totally intentional. I think about these things. But I found the audio animation he's turning around just to hum the song. Isn't it great? Can't wait for Densle to do a backflip at 1 million subs. Yeah, we love backflips, dude. Older particle systems do before. Doing is a bit confusing. What? Cascade? I never used Cascade. In fact, looking back at Cascade makes me feel confused. Because I think it's at least I think Niagara is really neat. Like if we go to what's a cool set that actually uses some stuff? Pietro House, opening, mini nooks, mini filbert. I would use the filbert house. Save. Like I don't really use it for too much. I've pretty much only been using it for like room dust and actually, and technically all the effects that are in the last video, like room dust and what else did I use it for? These little spark effects. It's kind of weird because the model that I had to use for the particle system didn't include the actual Switch body. It only spawned them on the Joy-Cons, so we had to work with that. But setting up an effect like this was like super easy because it was like, oh, in Niagara, all you have to do is we can do it here. In making a new folder. What time is it? Oh my god. Sparks. You make a new Niagara system, which is pretty much just like a raw emitter. And this guy can be anything. There's fountains and hanging particles. There's omnidirectional particles. There's a bunch of different types of fountains. It's just a way to spawn particles. In the case of this guy, it's a burst. It's just particles are just bursting from a thing. So we're just gonna add the burst one, the omnidirectional burst. It's pretty neato. That's gonna look like that. You know, we just get this. We get a burst. Oh no! I want you to loop, but like loop cool the entire time. We get a burst, and it's nice and bursty. And then we get this big chunk and node of nonsense, but it's actually pretty easy. We get the first part up here, which is emitter update, and this just kind of controls how much particles spawn out of our thing. We're not to do it 100. You can set it to like 1,000, and you get more particles. Other than that, you don't need to worry too much about this. Then we have particle spawn, which essentially just kind of manipulates what the particles do right after they spawn. In our case, they spawn from a sphere, so that we get this sphere shape. We have the initial particles, which is like particle colors and stuff like that. We can make these nice and yellow and bring the V up to 50 to make them glow, or they would glow, but I have glow not enabled. And then and velocity, which is kind of just the speed of which that they blast out from. So some of them right now it's set to 70 to 400. So some particles are moving at speed of 70 speed per speeds and 400 speeds per speeds, which is how we get some particles blasting further than others. And all this can even be further manipulated. We got a whole bunch of other things that we can add to it, like I don't know any good examples, but take my word for it. And then there's particle update. So right when the particle gets spawned, it'll act a certain way, and then every single kind of frame, the particles can be manipulated in some further way. So in this case, this one adds gravity, and this one adds drag, and this one adds scale colors so that they grow or shrink in size as they move around. You can do things like adding a curl noise, which essentially just has them, instead of going out, you know, in a straight line, you bring the frequency up and they'll move in a different line. Come on, do it. They're not doing it. I'm sorry. They're supposed to move around and do other stuff and what have you. Or we put it in here. It's whatever. Gravity force, you can turn the gravity up so that instead of it going down, it goes up or whatever, and then it's gravity, and then you can change the sprite renderer as well. I'm sorry if all this is very confusing to anybody who doesn't really get any of this stuff, but all you gotta know is all of this. Fix issues, please. All of this is just they're just little plug-in kind of attributes that you can put onto your particle system. So that you can make them behave in different ways and time themselves in different ways. A great resource, which is the guy that I learned how to do everything from, is this dude on YouTube named CG How. His tutorials are very dry and very long, but he makes so much of them with such a wide variety of results that you can just like look through his entire YouTube channel and then go, wow, I want to make that. That looks pretty cool, and just like a 40-minute tutorial how to make it using Niagara. It's pretty neat. But anywho, yeah, we used it to do all these particle things, not this little particle thing, and not this. That's more complicated. We also use it to do, where is it? Also use it to do this smoke burst. Now it's pretty neato. You can also use it to do, technically also use it to do all the fire effects. Oh yeah, all these, and the leaves, and the fire. Come on. This thing as well. You can also layer them in like layers, because I deleted it, didn't I? Those node groups in the graph editor page or window or whatever, you can copy and paste them and duplicate them and add different ones. So you can, so like one Niagara kind of effect can be layered to do multiple things. Like this one will spawn stars, spawn sparks, spawn two different kinds of sparks. One that is these kind of like wispy ones, and these like long lens flare ones, and then this big yellow circle that kind of emits from it as well. And I was able to put that Niagara system into the wand, and then I could trigger it anytime I wanted to. So you can just do a thing. And it's a cool system. It's a bit complicated, but it's a cool system. Where was I going with that? Nowhere. Somebody just said, wow, Niagara's complicated. And I said, actually, it is. But it's a good time. Also, technically, there's fire as well. Somebody put up a free fire pack on the marketplace, and I just used it because I'm like, wow, give me that. But yeah, it's a good time. It's a pretty delicious time. Bum, 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 bum. Don't pause. Press play. If you want to watch the movie, you or the video, you can. It's available. I'm showing you specific things. Also, that and I don't want the audio mixing with my voice and the video sound and the music, and it's a lot. It's a lot to listen to. For the new UI, thank you. It's really cool. It is a bit like, yeah, it's a little complicated, kind of like getting into, but like eventually the simplicity of it starts to click, and you start to go, oh yeah, if I want to like do this kind of thing with it or make it behave this way, then I can just plug it in over here. Or if I want to change this thing, or if I want to, you know, make something else behave some other way, then like I can just go into here and here and then click that button. There's more there's so much more that I can do, like oh god, I don't even really know. You can use it to like drive maps and particles can like sample other model color data, and you can put a whole coding thing into it. It's a bonker system. But it's like shading in any program. It could do anything as long as you know how. Used to making projects in Scratch. Hey, if you're making amazing things in Scratch, then keep going. No, the tools don't matter. Also, Andre, you have a question? Feel free to ask it. Just throw it up. I'm reading chat. I'm going off into rants, but reading chat. Don't worry. Would you consider particle effects are easier to create in Yoooo than they are in Blender? So that's the thing. I never really touched doing effects in Blender much, because it was always kind of painful. Like, for example, to do this, actually that's not really the same type of effect. Like to do this rain, I was trying to figure out how to do rain in this episode for like months. Not months, but like weeks. And the best idea I could come across was like trying to do it with like a geometry node solution, which works. That's how we got rain working. It works. The same thing with the lightning as well. Or that cube deletion looking effect. All of it works, but it requires so many steps to get working because of other systems that I was already relying on in Blender. Like to do something like this to Tommy, requires his geometry to be local in the scene, which means that if his rig is linked in or referenced in or whatever, so that it's not local in the scene or whatever, applying geometry effects like this don't work because they also require needing to hook into the material as well, and that requires extra steps and extra layers of complexity. And I never really dabbled too much in doing effects in Blender because I treat it like the same way I do with like water simulations, where it's like I know it can do it, but it probably can't do it easy enough or efficiently enough or conveniently enough for my project at hand. So we only do it in really sparse locations, like adding this little where is it? Come on. Adding the little like particles that shoot off of Pietro right here was the most deliberate and like focused amount of effort that I had to put into making an effect, because I'm like, okay, I need to simulate particles that are coming off his body. I have to worry about them colliding with his shirt. I also want them to come out of his face. And then I had to like finoodle with Blender's particles simulation tools for like a whole 2 days. and then I have to bake it, and I have to simulate it, then I have to bake it, then I have to make sure that it actually gets picked up by my render engine and or the render farm network thing that I got going on, and that. There's just a lot more steps. Unreal is like, yeah, you just hook up a system once and then you can use it everywhere. And it's very nice. Very nice. Sorry for the long rant about that, but I'm very passionate about Blender making you jump through hoops to get things done. But it's cool. Can you put it so... You want me to just put on a 10-hour Stanley Parable elevator song? I appreciate your enthusiasm for that, but I cannot do that. I'm sorry. I actually cried. You said, great work. Making me feel for these creatures. No, you said characters. Thank you for watching and feeling moved. That was the goal, and I'm glad it worked. But my gosh, I hate rain, guys. This shot where is it? This shot took... It was so heavy to do because I couldn't... Well, I could in some way. I just didn't really have the best solution at the time. All this rain is physical geometry, and I had to make this like tube of physical rain geometry nonsense for the camera to fly through, so that the rain was always at proper scale while the camera went all the way down to the boys. And then it took 15 hours to render. And I'm like, I'm gonna render this once. And if it looks, and however it looks is what we get. And it looked like this, and that looked pretty okay. Blue beans blessing it everywhere. Those is Isabel's field shots, where pieces of items being disintegrated off the island. In the scene with blue beams. Oh, the blue beams. It's her shooting a laser. She's doing this. She's just trucking, blasting lasers everywhere. Yeah, no, that's what that is. In terms of failed shots, not really. I just kind of wanted to give it the impression of like chaos happening on the island. So it's like she's pointing at things and the laser is just going through things. Especially when picture got Thanos. Great. How did you make your character models? They're just from the game files. They get spruced up a little bit so that I can render them and animate them a little nicer, but for the most part, they're just the game models. The things you enjoy making. Thank you, Jared. Don't worry. Look out for that 40-minute video where I just complain about using Blender and Unreal. Don't actually. It's going to be a very sad time. I feel like it's going to scare people away from using these programs, but like they're all amazing. They're just cumbersome sometimes. No problem. I always want to know the experience between the two programs. Yeah. Effects in Unreal are just so cool. Like, where is it? Like this wand effect. It's like all I have to do is build an effects system once for it, and then I can reuse it anywhere that I need to use it. To do something like this in Blender, I would have to remake it every time, or figure out a way to make a linked system for it, and that would be really cumbersome. I'm sure somebody knows how to do it, but I don't, and I don't have the coding knowledge to make a tool that would do that for me. Netflix needs to hire you. These are just way too good. No, thank you. I actually did do some Netflix shows. Not directly. I used to work in a studio that worked on some stuff that is on Netflix, but it's a good time. Are there any unused scenes? No. I'll usually storyboard and block everything out to like a T so that I know exactly what I need to create. If we do too much, then that's a lot of time and effort that I don't want to say goes to waste, but just doesn't get used and could be used to sprucing up and making something else look a lot nicer. So like I try to make sure that I'm using every shot that I need to create. A little less so now with working with Unreal, since it's easier to create shots or to build shots from current or already made components and data. But like in the past, while working in Blender, I'm like every single shot down to the amount of frames that I need to work on is all heavily watched and organized and prepared and set up and stuff. There's no room for maybe this, because I don't have the time for that. Make it around and we'll be waiting for some reason. Cool. Should mask way into stasis. The stasis field so she can't move, or so you can't move. Or that, please. That was even such an annoying effect to do. Cause like I thought, I could just where is it? I thought, I could just like put like a second material over top of his current materials. Nope. Unreal doesn't do that. You can't do that in Unreal. So I had to like get a second layer of geometry to put this effect on him, and I had to do the same thing for Meg as well when she does her own burst effect like that. And same thing with Rover as well, because he does it too. But very annoying. But that's apparently just how you do it in games. So we ball. But yeah, thank you. I'm glad you like the effect. Probably shooting off into the sky just so she can piss off Mask. Hilarious. Kind of, but not really. Like she's shooting at things, but just happens to also be pointing at the sky. At least that's my headcanon for it. But the actual technical reason is to give the impression that she's just causing chaos around the island. That's why there's explosion sounds and fire, and when we come back we actually see what that laser does, which is friggin' blows up the building. Dematerializes the building, it doesn't blow up. But yeah. So are there unused scenes? Are there any unused assets that could be used later? Technically. But also not really. Cause like I also grab assets for when I need them. Like I won't just prepare things. Actually sorry, I'll usually wait until like way later, or like way later in the production before like gathering assets and stuff. Like what's a good example? Like this. Oh, actually no. A great example is this room, with the whole big computer thing or whatnot. I didn't really know what components I wanted to use for it, so it was just in blocking phase for like so long. And by blocking I mean like it was just made out of shapes like squares and rectangles for forever. Because I didn't really know what to get for it, and that's usually the same kind of general mindset for most of it. I'm like, I know I want whatever sets I use, like either the inside of Meg's house or the town hall or what have you, and they all come with their own furniture. But for the most part, I'm like, if I know I need something, then I'll go and get it, rather than preparing things that I think I may need only to end up not using them. It takes a lot of pressure off of the preparation process. Yeah. So like most of the furniture, like all the furniture that we use in this in the show, is the worst thing to get because it requires so many steps to get one piece of furniture working. So I usually try to minimize that by only getting what I know I'll need by making a nice list. And then, though it's like, that's not actually fully true. Sometimes I'll get furniture though, and like I'll put it in, I'll set it up, and it won't look nice, and we just won't use it. But that's pretty much the extent of it. Like I won't make whole sets and then not use them. I'll just keep reworking sets until they're how I want them. Are the events of Reset Part 2? Mask is probably having to see a therapist because he's so confused about what happened. Maybe. Under alternate ending, you're putting in a lot of work into that encore, and it's neat. Honestly, people who work at Nintendo are still people who enjoy stuff. I don't think anyone has contacted him about it though. That's my going theory. I think somebody or some people that either work on the game or just work at Nintendo probably have seen it, but I don't think anybody that would either give me a cool opportunity or strike me down with some sort of legal notice have seen it yet. So I don't know. I'm like, somebody must have, but I also wouldn't be surprised if nobody has either. Use a PBR workflow for material and stuff. Yep. As much as we can. Like, I also rework with oh my god, it's already 12:30. I also work with whatever materials already come with characters and furniture and stuff. But we just run them through a PBR type of workflow. Where am I going? Give me like a piece of furniture. Function. Where? I'm props and assets. Furniture. Give me like the director's chair. No, it's not a ugly model. Give me the closet. Here we have the closet. That looks like a closet, and that just uses the same 3 materials that get put onto a material shader. Look at the closet with the box. And this guy, we can set it up so that we get it's nice and shiny or whatever, or what have you. Why didn't I do this? Because it's too shiny. But yeah, it's we do it. We got Pubber. Good old Pubber. Okay, I'm sorry, Gravity Rush. We don't really need this music right now. Or this, ew. Tasty. Yeah, we use a PBR workflow. Ooh, actually, Unreal Engine is coming up with a thing later, which is their Strata. Strata? No, they changed the name of it. I forget what it's called, but their Strata material editor thing, and it opens up a whole monstrous amount of cool shader stuff that you can do with materials inside of the engine, and it looks really cool. But also really complicated. Nah, less complicated. It looks more cool, but intimidating at the same time. Yeah, I've seen that Nintendo's been flagging random Nintendo tuber content. If they hit me, then so be it. If not, I hope they don't. Hey there, Hector. Welcome to the stream. Oh, sorry. Welcome to the end of the stream, actually. We're pretty much closing up shop. I mean, it's not real. Nothing's real. So everything's just a figment of your perception. But yeah. Do you use master materials with master instances or material instances? I do. And that is the one thing, or one of the one things that I love too much about Unreal. Like all the furniture, for example, which is all of these, are all sharing the same master structure material, which is the same master material that I use for everything. And they're so cool because you can hook them up in a way so that you can get options and stuff to noodle and change with every single instance. And I think it's such a cool material system that has so many beautiful applications to it. But I keep running into this dumb problem where it doesn't let me use more than 4 UV index locations. So I have to cry about it as it airs out and ruins my day. But it's so helpful. Being able to set it up for like all the characters and stuff, so that I can have where am I going? Yeah, where are you? Being able to set them up for characters and stuff, so I can have one master kind of like eye and mouse switching system that I can just reuse with everybody and just swap out whenever I need, or whenever I need to swap stuff out for them, for every character. It's just great to do this in Blender. It's like so laborious, but I love it. I love it. Where was I? Jared asked that question. Yeah. No, what's going down? You're still packing for your vacation? Oh, it was a fun vacation. But also, make sure to bring everything you need. When I think the movie will be ready? I don't know. Hopefully in the next few weeks. Because right now, most of the stuff is finished and it just needs to be edited. Except for Pietro sequence, something in the Raymond sequence. I still am on the fence about whether or not I'll redo all these crafting, and I still have yet to even touch the opening sequence, as well as the music and stuff for it. I also have to do sound design still for all the new stuff and rework some of the old stuff. Like, I'm hoping that like it won't take me more than like a week to like re-edit everything, but I don't know. I don't think this month. But hopefully sometime next month. Maybe mid next month, I don't know. We'll see. Tried to find textures of his player character's face injuries in AC, but I couldn't find them. Can someone tell me the name of the textures of the face injuries? The thing about the face injuries is that they are just a different eye shape entirely. So we have eye mix like 13 or something. No, I want. They are different eye shapes entirely. So when it came to doing like Kevin's thing in the collector, they have all the regular eye shapes and they have all the bitten or injured eye shapes, which is just the same eye shapes but with a bitten thing applied to them for all the eyes. So if you can find one eye, like the files for the eyes for them, which are just eye_ABL or normal, they're not really numbered, or MI. If you can find all the eyes, then, or if you can find some of the eyes, then you can find all the eyes, and they'll work. They'll work the same way. Weeks? You gotta mark your calendar. Yeah, I was hoping this wouldn't take as long as it has been, but I also consistently drastically overestimate how much work and time it takes for me to actually do a thing. So I never like to give deadlines though, because I often never really hit them. Just sometime. Editing animation, is it something you've always had an interest in? Yeah. I love making things move and making art move and then making videos and stuff. From a very young age, we just realized that this was the calling. Okay, maybe not like this dense of a calling. Like, I never imagined myself using Unreal Engine and DaVinci Resolve and Blender, but the idea of me being an animator, that was pretty cool. But yeah, I was always into it. From very early days. The animation roots run deep in the channel in these Densle shaped veins. Well, sometimes they take long to appear. Oh no, I'm sorry. I get email notice. I turn on the notification bell. I think. Yeah. But yeah, we stream every Friday, or I've been trying to stream every Friday until this series or this movie is done, and then it's off to what's next. Yeah, don't fret. I'm in no rush to release this now, or releasing it anytime soon. And by soon I mean like in the next coming days, because it's not there yet. It's ugly. I gotta fix a bunch of stuff. We gotta make sure that Greg Pietro actually looks kind of nice, nicer than this, and higher quality than this. So, yeah, it'll be out. It'll be ready when it's ready. Come every Friday to see it progressing. Okay. But I think I must digress and leave you all for the night. It is 12:45, and if I don't, I'll keep working. I need to not. Anywho, yeah, lighting this was also dumb. You know how not fun it is to make a day and night sequence inside of Blender? I bought a plugin to do it for me, and it just kind of did it. That's alright. Comments, I truly hope you get picked up by a huge animation company if that's something you want to do, because I love your storytelling. Thank you. I don't know. I think currently my ideal position is where I am now, because I'm limitless, baby. I can make Tom Nook do a backflip, and no one will tell me. Can you just like make his arc look a little taller and like make him look at the camera a little bit more? I don't gotta worry about that. I can make him do whatever kind of backflip I want, and no one's the wiser. Also that, and my audience, technically the scale of the audience that I can muster is limitless. I just have to make good enough content that gets enough views to keep me going. So, but you know, if Pixar were to come out of nowhere and go, "Hey, you wanna come work on the next Toy Story?" I'll say, "That's a good deal." I don't really know what I'd offer, but sure. And then I'd quit YouTube for a year and then do something else. But I like what I'm doing. I like the channel. I like the fact that I can kind of do whatever I want and pursue whatever kind of type of storytelling I want. Like all of these were stressful and frustrating to make, but also really fun because they all did something different. You got flashbacks and music videos and dream sequences and apocalyptic what's what I'm looking for? Apocalyptic Cthulhu-esque horrors going on, and it's a lot of stuff that that I wanted to make, and I thought was fun to put together. Show the map. What I'm looking for is a map of an object called paint_m paint in the player character. Oh, I don't know why you need that. Unless that's for the forehead and cheeks, because you can paint on those. But those are just they're not the textures that would go on them per se are generated in game. So there's no like files for them other than the general UV map location. Like you could probably put anything there and then just schmooze it a little bit. But yeah. Alrighty, everybody. There's a texture on the injured character's face with Band-Aid. Yeah. Can I say you're absolutely amazing? Loved every single video you put out. Oh, thank you, Shin. I'm glad you do. And also, Bianca said Lamo. And that's the first thing and only thing you've said all stream. I'm sorry if you just arrived. Can I do the default dance? I can make Colton do it. If we go into here and where's the there's the sleepover. Sleepover. We just go and we put the thing of, where is it? The thing of Colton just doing the dance. He's just going. Wow. Yeah. So cool. Yeah. Thank you. Will there be any other villains or no? The movie is just a compilation. There's no new narratives going on in it. There's a bit of a recontextualization of the narrative, but nothing. I'm not adding like new characters and new plot lines and whatever. You know, somebody was pronounced Densle. Densle. I mean, you can pronounce it that way if you'd like. If it's easier for you. But I digress. Thank you all for hanging out, chatting about, being all your best yous, and living all your delicious lives, and spending some of that time here with me on this live stream. I hope anybody who is, I don't know, looking into any of this kind of stuff learns some fun things. I hope for anybody that is not into animation that much, wasn't too confused about me explaining some things. Feel free to subscribe to this channel, or Densle 2, or the Patreon, or the YouTube join membership thing, or the Discord, because I don't know, all places are popping off, more or less, these days. Maybe. If you want to watch Slash River again, link in the description will bring you to a live stream archive playlist, which has every single live stream I've ever done. Ever. All the way back to the first one. Wow, you can watch me make a song? I think it's a Steven Universe song. What else is there? Buy some merch. Support the channel. Hit the notification bell. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Share me with all your friends and family. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers by the end of the week. Can we do it? Find out by the end of the week. Who knows? What else is there? What else is there? I got nothing else for you guys, I don't think. Yeah. That's it. Come back next Friday and we'll have some more stuff done. Oh yeah, how long will the song go on for? Wow. Come back next Friday where we'll do some other stuff, and then I go to this screen, and then I don't say comment anymore because the stream's over now. The stream is over now. Go to bed. Just get on and go. Gotta center it because it's like the center. That's it. I hope everybody had a great time. Hope you have a great night. I hope you have a great weekend and a great week when it starts. Is the next song happy? Yeah, it's kind of. Enjoy. Whoa! You work in the film industry in the States. You enjoy the production value in your work. I don't doubt that you could get it picked up by a VFX company. you. I appreciate that knowledge. Also, I hope your projects are going great. Till then, that's it. Get on out of here, you crazy llamas. I don't got anything else for you, I don't think. Remember to join the Discord. Remember to join the Patreon. To get cool updates and some stuff on there sometimes. Be sure to join Densle too if you like tutorials and stuff. We're gonna be uploading some when the movie's finished. Look out for that. Be sure to also like and comment and subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you get notified every time we release a new video or the next live stream happens, which is still going to be next Friday at the same time. So if you live in a time zone where that is inconvenient for you, I am very sorry. It's pretty much the only ideal time that I can work because it's 6 p.m. 6 p.m. time. I only actually wake up like an hour before the stream. So